Well, hello folks, and it's nice to see Hawker 125 dropping in there real quick. Wish he could stick around because, well, that's kind of his style of flying, folks. But, as he says, back to work. Uh, but anyway, folks, real quick, if you do want to catch Hawker 125, and he's not just a flight simmer, he's a DCS, digital combat simmer, drummer. Gee, you just never know what you're going to find out when he goes live. Head over, hit a follow on him so when he does go live, you can check him out. Also, when you do, you could maybe get an update on how this project he has going on in the garage of his home is the fuselage section of a Hawker 125. He is planning to turn into a working flight sim for whichever network he ends up with, and see where that leads him. So, a working Hawker 125 um, is on the way for streaming, but we don't know which sim he'll fall on or when or anything. But if you go to Hawker 125's channel, you can get a status update on it. I'm pretty sure if you ask. All right, we're also here with Duluth Fly. Happy birthday, Mr. Duluth. Not sure where he's hiding. He may already be halfway over there because every time I started something, something always gets in the way. But anyway, folks, we're lined up taking a Cessna from Hawaii to Los Angeles. Well, didn't you know Cessna made a Cessna 172-750? There it is. I loved it. I know, cheap, I know, but actually it's not cheap, about 30, 40 mil. Yeah, I know y'all can just drop that in a dime. So anytime, if you do, flying with Mike could use a little. But anyway, we're set up pretty much ready to go, waiting on the customers to emerge, and we will cross the Pacific to Los Angeles. Interesting side note here. If you go, and I'm going to go ahead and show you this, weight and balance, you set your plane up. Now, we only have 4 souls aboard. We'll get into that in a second. We put on 12,500 plus pounds of fuel. The flight only required, according to SimBrief, 12,200. It's saying we can only fly 3 hours, 9 minutes. The immortal words of Colonel Sherman Potter from MASH Bull Hockey. Yeah. So this aircraft is capable of over 3,000 mile flying. Also, because as you see these big engines back here, it was capable of supersonic flight, not certified for supersonic flight. Pilots who broke that broke their wings. They don't fly again. I guess some didn't believe it, and some don't fly again. Yeah, that was maybe part of the downfall. Part of it may be expense, costs, who knows. They no longer make this variant. The Longitude, the C7 or C Jet, as ICAO calls it, um, seems to be the replacement. I'm sorry, I like this plane. So a lot of interesting people. If you kind of Google some of the more notable people out there, actually own these. Yeah, they want to get places. That's what the corporate world's all about. These biz jets, folks, avoid the TSA lines over there so they can get on, get off, get to what they need whenever they need. Why? because they can afford it. At 30, 40, 50, 60 mil a pop by the time you outfit the inside, yeah, they can afford it. Or they go fractional with NetJets or FlexJet or a couple of the others out there and, you know, fly it not whenever, but, they can fly one. All right, so we're up here in the cockpit. They'll be out shortly. We'll kind of go through how you set this thing up. I know a lot of you see it in your X-Plane 12. Folks, this comes with X-Plane 12. Matter of fact, in the first few months of X-Plane 12, sorry about that. Love when the coughs come aboard. Turning the emergency lights on, I forget the sequence, but Austin would be in the back. Uh, Not so much anymore. Let's try on. And I believe you had to be in the default, one of the defaults, and we're not. We're actually in one livery we found doing a Citation 10 search. So that would also explain things. All right, so let's get this thing ready to go, and by the time we're ready to go, they should be on board. All right, the big thing we've still got to do here, folks, see if I can zoom over here. There we go. Is get the APU on. That stands right here. This panel right here is your APU. Pressurization is actually all of these. Your hydraulics, your exterior lights, and anti-ice. I'd be loving if someone like Zebo, not asking Zebo to do this, no, somebody familiar with the plane uh, could come along and build us a Zebo-esque Cessna 750. I think you'd get a lot of people flying it, um, especially if everything works. For instance, we don't have the inertial navs to bring up. We don't have a lot of little things that are missing. And there are some other things you could incorporate that, well, quite frankly, Zebo doesn't. And doesn't need to, nor does PMDG incorporate. So, but in this plane, you could have the battery box be opened and have to reconnect the batteries. A whole litany of things, folks. All of the switches right in front of me. I mean, there is so much you could really get going. Problem is, I hardly know this plane. And when it came to the airport I used to work at, I was just never long enough there for me to poke my head in and see how the other side lives. All right, we were talking APU. Let's get it rolling. Currently, we're on external power. That switch, folks, is right here. We've also got our avionics on so we could program the FMC. Along the way, I turned on part of the checklist, the aux pump, the nav lights, and now we have the emergency lights ready. Master switch coming on. Now, you're going to find this one interesting. Generator on. Apu start. I think it fires up too quick, but then again, most default Sims aircraft fire up way too quick. Maybe not. Again, I don't know this aircraft. Someone would like to send me to flight school to learn how to fly this plane and get rated and certified. Donations accepted at Flying with Mike. We'll take it. Okay, we're fired up. We're 100% here. Next up is the bleed air right here to on. and then we'll put the cockpit and the cabin on. Leave the engine bleeds off until we fire them up. A lot of these switches, folks, I have no idea. Oh, and whoever would come up with that for flight simming, could you make these circuit breakers work too? So we could actually get a good training aircraft. What do they call them? There's a name for it. The new catch-all phrase. Um, Study level. There it is. So, but I do know this, and helping Hawker 125, anyone that can come up with a really good working Hawker 125 400 flight model, he would really love it. All right, cockpit and cabin packs on. Okay, we've already got the avionics systems loaded up and ready. Radios are next, and then we'll set our autopilot. All right, I'm going to come off external power. There was a guy out there that did a C90 mod for X-Plane 11 that really, really made a fantastic version of it. I'm not sure if he ported anything over to X-Plane 12 or if he ever planned to, but he did a really good job on it. I do know there is an advanced C90 over here. I don't know if he was part of that team or not. But that would be so cool if that kind of knowledge came over to the C750 Citation 10. Okay, as talked about, radio. All right, now we are in VAT USA country. VAT USA has extended common traffic. I am not 100% sure Honolulu falls under it, or Alaska for that matter. So bear with me. However, before we came on stream, we did get us a code, and it was 2736. Okay, we got the green, mode C now on X Pilot. And then down here, I'm going to bump us up to 40 for TCAS. And then bump us back up here. All right, now how do you get the CTAF? Again, I do not know if we're running on CTAF here. What I do know is it's usually a tower frequency. This airport has two. One frequency, 8 right, 26 left. The other is 18.1. I'm going to find out which one they're using, if they're using. Well, that won't work. Dot CTAF PHNL 118.1. Okay, so that's what we'll set. Now, once we get airborne, oh, center went down. Oh, he saw flying with Mike coming, or that he saw work coming. Oh, love having fun with them. And click, click, click. All right. Your navs are here. Folks, treat this as a default. They've done a great job modeling it around what it looks like on a 750. But again, it is default, so expect default issues. Okay. Now we're going to depart runway 4 with a Duluth fly somewhere out there hiding. Let me check Discord, see if he. Oh, he has. There's Mr. Duluth.
Hey! Whoa! Shoot! Oh my god. Okay, we just took out like a bottle rocket. Oh my god.
Somebody bottle rocketed you?
Yeah, we bottle rocketed.
Oh, you bottle rocket. Got it.
Yeah. Wow. Hold on a second.
All right, let's see here.
See, this thing can straighten out itself. I'm empty, completely empty, so I don't know what's going on. This thing just took off like a Roman candle.
Nice. Oh, that's what I was doing. I didn't finish my bid over at Millennium. We're going to try this again, folks. Yesterday we ran into, I'm pretty sure I did it right, but obviously I didn't because, oh, wrong one. Here we go. Now it does it right. Why couldn't you do that into Queenstown?
Queenstown, baby, baby,
Folks, if you don't never have flown down, that's where the Lord of the Rings, let me not make it one word, was filmed. Southern New Zealand, if you didn't know that.
Right.
Queenstown is the gateway. And folks, wow, is all I got to say. There's a video on YouTube I did last night. You'll love it. Folks, fly it. It is amazing. Don't look for an ILS approach, though.
What the?
All right, so we are on the map. Not where I'm actually parked, but it's close enough. They got me actually on a runway. But that's close enough. Okay, so our game plan again, folks. Oop, that's not what we're looking for. Is, here we go. Off charts. Let me just bring that in here real quick. And then we're going to get going because we got to somehow catch up to him. If he rocketed out of here, we're going to really rock it.
Yeah, I'm already at 10,000 feet. Holy cow.
Let's see here, charts. All right, so here you go, folks. As of 57 minutes ago, so it hasn't updated in the real world, the ATIS says landing departing runway 4 and runway 8s. So, plus land and hold short. This is the real world, folks, I'm reading off, not flight sim is flight sim. If you try to fly real world, it's available to you, this ATIS. I'm trying to see if there's anything telling us we have to go 4 right or 4 left. No. All right, so we'll be departing 4 left, which I believe is the longer of the two.
I took off on 4 right, but
4 right's the longer one. What did I plan? 4 right. I chose correctly, young Padawan.
Good young Padawan.
Choose you correctly.
Choose correctly, yes.
All right, so here you go, folks. Now you see where I am. No, you don't. Why don't you see that? That's why. Psych. All right, we're down here. I don't know whose ramp this is. Between
Yours
now and Los Angeles, if you all know a good ramp for me to park at for corporate, I'd love to hear it because I normally fly FedEx or American in there.
That would be over. You'd want to land on like the 2.5s, and you want to land, and you want to preferably 2.5 left, because that would take you right up next to Signature. And
I have no idea where Signature is.
Well, it's in the it's
I
off
see
of 2.5.
FBO. Okay.
Yeah.
All I see is one reference to an FBO to an airport I know there's so many corporate jets coming into.
Yeah, well, the FBOs would be over on 2.5. So if
Okay.
you're a VATSIM, so you're gonna be like you're gonna want to land on 2.5 right.
I'm going to be
No,
going,
excuse me,
don't
2.5
don't
left,
even come
2.5,
up.
2.5 left, 2.5 left doesn't even come up.
Oh, no, I've got it.
Okay,
No, I'm just saying VATSIM, I don't want to come up.
well, just to let you know,
They are.
Oceanic is on right now.
No, they aren't.
What did you log off?
I don't show them on my VATSIM.
Wait a minute. I just unless they logged
I
off on me.
saw them earlier.
Oh, that sucks. They logged off. Oh well.
Yeah, they saw us coming and said, "Oh, run for the hills!"
Run for the hills.
All right. So anyway, that's Los Angeles, folks. That's down the road. Here's where we are. We're just gonna come out of here, taxi down Charlie, and take off on 4 right. Now, interesting departure here, folks. Within 2 miles of Honolulu's VOR, we need to be turning to, I want to say 155, but it really doesn't say. Basically, you got mountains. If you don't believe me, hang on. So we're going to
Those
be
mountains, all
taking
right.
off into this direction, and we have that ahead of us. So we're going to be climbing and banking to get on. I usually go to a 155 to a 180 heading, and then direct Molokai, and then off to whatever we're off to. And I think I am headed to Kole, ole. Why'd everybody leave?
I wonder why. No.
Hey!
Wow. Oi.
All right, so we'll be headed out to Kole, and hopefully well, we should be way up on the altitudes. So
I'm at four. I went to 410 because I'm empty. So
I'm
just me and my.
that's where I start.
Okay. Show off.
My little
Flex those
rocket's
mother.
expected to top out at 45,000 somewhere.
Oh, you have fun with that.
Like I said, if you didn't catch it in the beginning, it says I only
Mm,
have like 3 hours and something minutes of fuel, which is so wrong because it's 12,500 pounds. But we'll
right.
we'll pay attention, and if need be, land on a carrier.
Oh my God.
I don't think there are any, but we'll see.
Oh, you'll find
Hey,
one out there somewhere.
the customers are aboard. We just let you all see again this is what you get when you get X-Plane 10 or X-Plane 12, sorry, the default
Wow.
Citation 10. Beautiful interior, folks, just beautiful. Well, we could say, yeah, you go with that one company out there that's known for eye candy, but they don't know squat about performance. Um, and I can't even say them anymore, folks, because I haven't used them in years. Or you get the default aircraft and this fantastic interior on top of it. The only difference would have been, oh, there's a door to separate us from them. So, whoopee. So, really nice cabin, folks. And like I said, only 4 of those seats are being used. Sorry, too late, can't buy a ticket. Although the pilot can be bribed. All right, so as we were saying, we're ready to go. Get charts out of the way. And I'm going to go ahead and let's see. Will Elevatech work today? It could. We'll see. That's the overlay at the top, folks. I'm one of the alpha testers. So, and I haven't gotten around to figuring out what I can't, what would be the best to show y'all with regard to it. So it's not a surprise. I think kind of having it as a surprise is pretty cool. All right, so I'm ready to fire up. Flight plans in, warning tests if you're so inclined. The little buttons or knob is right here.
Oh, shoot.
I forgot which one was the GPWS. Hang on. Huh, I don't know. Anyway, so we're ready to go. Altimeters are set at 3,000. Double checking our weather one more time. As of 1 hour, 6 minutes ago, 3,000. Yeah, folks, the island is just waking up at this time, so not sure when flights actually start in. So, because they would have been inbound from Japan and Korea pretty early. Uh, Pretty sure they get them in close to sunrise, but who knows? Maybe they got them in late at night. I don't know. And for us, we have what is this? A 4 hour flight? 5 hour? Hang on, I'm getting over to Sembri. 4 hour, 42-minute flight. 2 or 3 time zones we got to move through, folks. So technically, leaving like we are at sunrise, we're going to be getting in there 3, 4 hours from now. So call it 4. So that'll be noonish plus at least 2 time zones. Yeah. So you see, we're going to be close to rush hour. So welcome to the world of time zones. All right, that's taken care of. Hydraulics are set. Doors, windows closed. Time for the beacons. Seatbelt signs on. Brakes, chocks. Here we go. Little trick about this plane. I'm going to show it here because it's a little bit more visible. All right, if you look under the throttles here, you have little hooks to pull up. Well, that's how you take them from your normal position when you bring them back on landing all the way to the stop. Well, when you're done, you're ready to shut down, you lift those 2 up, pull them back to shut down. You do this a lot on fighters and maybe other military aircraft and business corporate jet type aircraft, because I know the C-12s, which are a derivative of the C-90 and King Air 100 200s, had what was called a gang bar, so they had this system as well. So it's interesting in that it's difficult with X-Plane 12 to get them to move, usually. All right, so ignition should have been off. Get that off. All right, so here we go. Engine start, packs off. Wax off, wax on. Okay, right engine first. So we'll select it. Oh, wait, we got to select, hang on a second, one of the ignition sources. All right, now we're coming alive. Okay, we're at 20. And as you saw, they both came up. So when we do the next one, it won't be so hard. And then it's just a real pain. Um, oh, that's one of those things that's a quirk that kind of gnaws at me. May not you, but it does at me. Okay, engine's on. Ignition can now go to off. Ignition. Oop. To normal. And we're starting up. And this one will start on its own because it's already there. But normally you would move your throttle / fuel lever up the notch. Okay, we're just waiting for it to settle down. All right.
Settle down, settle down.
And then ignition to off. Environmental packs back on. Generators. And finally, APU bleed off.
Michael,
Yavo.
get a chance to look at my stream. The way this is amazing.
Alpha Mike.
This is absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, yeah. Whom are you flying for? Hawaiian?
Hawaiian, yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Boy, they aren't going to like you at Hawaiian flying empty. I'm telling.
Oh, well.
All right, so we're ready to roll out of here. I just got to get some flaps set, a couple screens set up here, so I'm good to go. All right, checklist wise, center wing transfers, that's what you're seeing in yellow right here. Yes, we have pop-up windows. It's great. Cabin pressure, we'll double check. 45's what we're going to. All right, we're ready to go. Taxiing. Honolulu traffic, November 99 Tango Tango, taxi to runway 4 right.
Michael, do you have a? Yes, you do. Never mind.
What do I not have?
No, I thought you didn't have a screenshot. What you do?
Screenshot of what?
I just took a screenshot of that really gorgeous sunrise. Put it in your Discord.
Well, awesome. Awesome. No, I don't have a screenshot of a sunrise. I just took it to like
no,
9 a.m.
No. I'm talking about in your Discord. I said, do you have a screenshot channel?
Oh, no.
I saw it. You do?
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
All right, taxi lights. Okay, folks, this is the world of corporate that stinks. Taxi lights are here.
Traffic 1130. It's clear 8 left at Yankee. Find company, Alpha, Zulu to the ramp.
Good afternoon, not a pyromaniac. How are you? Good afternoon. Well, wait a minute. Don't make me confused. It's still morning for me. How are you, buddy? How are you doing, brother? Don't confuse me. It's not noon yet. Well, good morning. Well, good morning.
You have an hour.
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I have an hour. Actually, no, I have 15 minutes according to my watch.
All right, so here's where this is one of my pet peeves with these. Thankfully, we can pull it out. Is setting our heading. I could have gone the other way.
No. Setting our heading.
A heck of a lot faster. Did he get in the grass? Nope, he did not. Also, you have to always make sure to set the altitude select. Otherwise, like many planes, it will fly through it. And I don't remember where that is. So we get to learn on takeoff. Oh yeah, I do. We get through this next curve. By the way, folks, this is where if you fly cargo, a lot of them come, especially UPS and FedEx. Aloha cargo, if you like flying the 737s, park over in that general vicinity, just west of the passenger terminal. However, before Hickam. And Hickam starts at that big ramp before the zig back into the corner there. A lot of people don't know that. All right, we need to set our altitude. All right, 41,000 set.
Mike, I've been dreading this. I have to call my mom real quick and ask her a question. I've been dreading it, so nothing bad.
Well,
I just don't
here,
like calling
I'll
my
try
mom.
to cheer you up. Happy birthday!
God, no, actually, no. I got. What the hell? Oh, no, I got 3 happy birthdays from 3 people already.
Yay!
Yay! I got a happy birthday.
I think United 74. No.
United who?
No. He didn't. I was just going to have fun. One of them on VATSIM. Oh, heard it and said, hey, happy birthday.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
This is your birthday
All right,
song.
well,
Yes,
we'll be airborne here in a moment.
All right, I'll be right back, boys and girls. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you. I'll be right back, boys and girls. Just stand by.
All right, and APU is off. All right, we're ready to go. I hope V speeds today 126, 131, 135. And let's get some. Yeah, we'll have to go from that screen. Pitot heat on. For now, that'll do. Where is United at? They're sneaking through the woods for 8 right. All right, we also need to perform a reverse thrust test. Easiest way, throw it in reverse. Look outside. There they are. And then stow emergent. And lastly, I think we are ready to go. The only thing I want to do is switch my panel here. Turn that off, turn that off. Traffic is perfect over here. Click and click here. MFD, VOR, VOR terrain. Click in, return. We're ready to go. Honolulu traffic, citation November 99 Tango Tango, departing 4 right. There's the mountains, folks, of Bush Beer. And lights on. Here we go. Trim set. Flaps 15. I'll show you the gauge again here in a second if you didn't happen to spy on it real quick. Okay, the gauge is right here, 15, and there's your slats. Here we go. All right, we always have this trouble. Why I can't.
No, Tom Cat, you didn't miss a landing in Hawaii. We took off from Hawaii and going to Los Angeles. Sorry, did I scare you? No, 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 no.
Think we're finally getting her back in line here, folks. At least we're out over the water.
What happened?
Oh, we're trying to get the autopilot to function, and I always have troubles with it.
Oh yeah. By the way, this is a repo flight. That's why there's nobody on it. We're repositioning.
Is that what? Oh, you repoed the aircraft. Got it.
I did, yeah.
They
It
didn't
was a
pay
naughty
their bills,
aircraft.
huh?
No, I did not. Well, I mean, Hawaiian is being taken up. Didn't you hear that Hawaiian and Alaska have their merger has been approved?
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
So, this is Alaska didn't pay the bill on the oh yeah. So we're repositioning this to be painted in Alaskan colors.
All right, I think it's finally under control, folks. Think.
What it thinks and what is in reality are two different things.
Okay, we are in climb. All right, we're actually flying the course now. Finally gaining airspeed. race is on. Here comes Pride in the
Oh, I got a
backstretch.
phone call on. Well, would you just look at it? Would you just look at it? I got invited out to lunch by a friend of mine.
Ain't that just
So-
special?
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep the stream running. Put some music on. I'm gonna put some music on, some low music on. Mike will entertain you. I won't. I promise you guys a flight. I'm not gonna dip out. We're gonna. This is a 5-hour flight, people. So I'll keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it on my phone. Tomcat, hang around as long as you can. Tomcat, you're not obligated to hang out. I'll be MIA, but I'll be AFK. So if anybody hops in, just tell them that I went out to lunch with a friend of mine. So
We already know you're out to lunch.
yeah, we're well aware of that, but now I'm going to be literally out to lunch. We're well aware of me being out to lunch. So I sent the stream page for your. Oh, thank you, Pyro. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. That is cool. I sent the stream. All right, cool. Thank you, Pyro. I'll take a look at that. I see. Oh, that's cool, man. Okay, so Tomcat and any other moderators, just sit back, relax. You know what? I won't play any music because I don't want the VOD to be muted. That's what I want. I want people to hear the VOD. So, you guys enjoy the rest of your flight. I'm gonna turn up the airplane. Hopefully, nothing happens while I'm gone. But I'll be back in a little bit, folks. I'll be Mike. Hopefully, I'll be back in time to land the plane. Oh boy. So, anyway, all right. I'll see you guys in the wheel. Be at.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, folks, we are finally climbing and getting some speed. Now we stopped speeding up. This is gonna be fun flying. That would help. I hit one of the levers and was the wrong one for the gear on takeoff. Flies pretty good, dirty though. What was that? Is that like a vent? Huh. I'm looking right at this here, folks. Not sure. Now she's in rocket mode. There's always something with this plane that always hoses me up. And then I tell myself I need to fly it more often, and I don't. All right, folks, well, we're on our way. Yes, a Cessna can go from Hawaii to Los Angeles. a Cessna Citation X. Cessna built this airplane. So, yes. And yes, a 172 could do it, but you're going to have to put a lot of fuel bladders inside. Um, and they actually can do this, folks, and deliver them to customers on the islands. They'll fly them in, take the bladders out, load the seats and all, make it look nice again. Get rid of the fuel smell if there is even one with these bladders, and deliver it to the customer, or have the customer come get it and deliver himself. But but yes, a 172 could make this trip with enough fuel. It's just about a day trip, 24 hours close to. And you're very low. You're probably only going to run between, my best guess, 35 to 45, maybe 5,500 feet. And you're going to have really good GPS equipment. I don't know if it would be cheaper flying it over from the west coast to Hawaii or crating it up and shipping it that way. Don't know. Don't know what that delivery cost would be.
Honolulu traffic, good morning. Flight 45 is about.
Not a Pyromaniac is now following. Awesome. Welcome in. Thank you, sir. We appreciate the follow. And I'll get you all a little bit more accurate ETE as we get higher up. Now, little pet peeve of mine is where those knobs are down here. Now, granted, you get used to it. Muscle memory tells you. I like to see it. I wish they'd put them in right here. Most corporates, that's where they are. Especially with, is this Collins or Honeywell? I think it's Honeywell. X-Planewell. That's awesome. If y'all didn't see, let me kind of zoom in. See who makes it? Now that's a level of detail, folks. That's pretty good. All right, we're just now kind of watching our speed again. Try and build it back up so we can be again, folks, we're a lot heavier than we're used to in flying this plane, usually up to about 6,000 pounds of fuel. We're doubled that. So we're up at 12,000 pounds. So we are a lot heavier. So I'm watching a lot heavier plane, how it's operating, and it's doing pretty good. Kristen 007. Da da da. Welcome back. Hello. Okay, let me just make sure, besides the landing gear, anything else I forget? Okay, we got the seatbelt signs off. Anti-ice altimeter transition. All right, we're set. Not a pyroman. In Duluth's chat, you have said 1.2 million times. Folks, really, there's a counter running? Awesome! All right, so let's get this little rocket on its way. Let me tweak something here real quick. By the way, the livery was found on a simple Google search, X-Plane 12, Citation 12, or Citation 10. It's not many, obviously. They're gonna not really show them off, who flies what. But this came up. I kind of liked it. The only thing I actually don't like about it is the word Citation 10 is not stamped on the engine, painted on. I don't know. To me, that was like a signature that I liked that this plane had. I get it. It doesn't go with the paint colors. I get it. The blues and the reds just don't mix in. So, I get it. But I liked it. That was one of those things that just always stood out for me when it came in when I worked at the airport. Okay, let's just make sure we turn the... Okay, passenger seats are past safety. We're off the strobes. Tail flood can come off. Aux pump can come off. Hey, Tomcat, welcome aboard. As promised, I'd fly with Duluth today, and then he had to go get lunch. I know. I mean, I tell you. Just, I guess, wanted to get me into doing a Hawaii to Los Angeles. By the way, hey, let autopilot take the wheel. Oh, it already has. It didn't you watch? Oh, you were over on Duluth's. Oh yeah, it takes me 5-10 minutes to get reacclimated to this autopilot. It's a not everything works as it says. The VNAV switch does not work. If it does, it sure doesn't do its thing here. Altitude puts you in an altitude hold. So it holds the altitude. I had to watch, believe it or not, one or two X-Plane 12 type movies to or YouTubes to get a feel for this. But what really made it kind of sort of maybe come together was there were a couple of real world Cessna Citation X videos out there. And that's when this began to come together for me. But please don't take that as I understand this airplane, because I don't. I'd sit in the right seat and probably have my hands crossed. And the guy goes, "You can take over." "No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine." "No, no, no, no. No, no. You're doing good." All right, what are we up to? Mach 0.85. All right, we're starting to get into our cruise. 4,000 feet away, folks. So, initial cruise. Now, why? I'll have to go look at the profile over at SimBrief. It did a 4,000 foot step climb instead of the usual 2,000s we get. So, we'll kind of have to. Can you fly only using rudder and spoilers and flaps? Theoretically, probably. Can I? I don't know. I really don't know. Rudder, that's left and right. Spoiler and flaps. Well, technically, if you want to get technical, the B-52 turns with its spoilers. They don't have ailerons. So if you watch them, spoiler comes up on whatever side they want to go. When they bank, it'll come up on the side that dips down, which I never knew. Who knew? And flaps, well, you'd need those for landing. I don't know if you could or not. But some flights I've done lately, pretty close to it. But yeah, you can technically turn the plane. Well, technically it is the rudder that's kicking the heading change, but you would still need a bank. So that would be an interesting to try out. No, not the Dove Invisible Ice Cream. Huh? Now I'm confused. All right, let me get set up here as we just heard the tone. Put us into cruise. All right, here comes 41,000, and we're gonna set what cruise? Eight six. Okay. All right, well, this letter set right here. See how that does. I know we're outside the cruise notch. That's right, folks. This is a lot like an Airbus. You go by notches, and then the electronic engine controls take over from there. So, you're the electronic engine control, by the way, folks. All right, we'll see how that does. All right, now in the real plane, I believe once you get her up here, hit that VNAV button. Well, you'd been in a VNAV climb, vertical navigation, just like your lateral navigation for your autopilot. You should go into a cruise. You would just have to put it into cruise on the throttles. So, but we're on our way. Last I checked, I think I saw 3 hours. When you lost your yes, yeah, but then you've also got power. You can use your engines to help with the descent as well. So, yep, flaps are good for slowing, yes, but just don't do them above flap speeds. Okay, what are we doing here on airspeed? All right, I think we're good right there. Like I said, we'll be watching that carefully. I want to try to keep it as close to Mach 8.6 as we can. That's how my flight plan was set up. So we can't, like normal, bump it up to 90 and boogie on down. However, I don't think Duluth was on VATSIM. All right, folks, I believe we are collaborating with, hang on a second, Airborne Radio Actual. I got a request and we'll give it a try again. It's been a while since we've done this, and hopefully we're collaborating. I think I've done it right on my end. And well, Shampoo Flyer, welcome first aboard, and thank you. Thank you so much for the gift subbing. Looks like Airborne Radio Actual. Howdy, sir. JW Cruz, Kristen 007, all got gifted subs. What up?
The first time I've tried this one.
Are you trying to collaborate?
Might be.
Where are we at here? It's not my Discord channel I'm hearing in my ears.
In the chat. Hold on, I'm not sure. A little bit too. Shut the
Yeah, I can barely hear you. Let me see if I can't figure out. Why am I not getting my screen up there? I don't have a camera.
Don't know if I can actually, if I can't hear my. The awkward moments. Hold on here.
That didn't do what I wanted.
Oh wait, I think I know what's up. Because I'm not smart. The audio engineer actually probably help to turn on the audio. Well, now. All right, let's. Mike, are you there?
I'm here.
Except now I'm doubling on my end.
You may have to mute if you've got my stream up.
Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, give me a second. If you don't mind, I'll come back. Because I run everything through Pro Tools and all of this stuff.
Okay, I'll
Figure
be here for
audio
another
engineer-
good 3.5, almost 4 hours.
Well,
Unless we run out of fuel.
all right. Well, be back.
Alrighty. And folks, just so you know, we're trying to collaborate here. I'm not sure why my stream is not showing. I forgot if I got to do something.
Yeah, this is new to me as well. Go like this.
Because I don't have a virtual camera. I think I killed it. Dang it, I think I X'd out of that page and I didn't want to. Yep, I think. All right. Okay. Well, now we're going to also do a little testing. Love sometimes. These longer flights you get to do things like this, test out new things and see what's going on. But again, Shampoo Flyer in there with 10 gift subs. Wow. Whole bunch of people give ad-free viewing here in the month of November, September, October. And folks, just so you know, Twitch does have a really good deal running right now if you want to sub channels until October 1st. Um, 25% off 1 month subs. If you prefer to do 3 month subs, that'll be 25% off. And if you're one of those that do 6 month subs, expect 30% off. Really good deals. And folks, when you sub channels, you get ad free viewing. That's probably one of the biggest benefits. Next to that, any kind of emojis or other special perks they're awarding their sub people. We're working on some of that. Looking to allow subs access to the Discord chat and maybe only, and in some days only subs. So right now, if you just tell me you'd like to come in, I can pull you in. But as a sub, if you have subscribed to Flying with Mike, in what I'm hoping to do is then automatically you would have access to come in. Still the same rules apply. They don't bend for that. You just got the ability to come in and be on voice instead of typing everything. The other deal that Twitch has in conjunction with the subs, the subscriptions, if you're one that likes to go into their loot cave and look at the Merc, 20% off with the Twitch sub 20 code. So, again, all of that ends come October 1. So, really, really good deals, folks. So your favorite streamers, or if you're just tired of the ads, that's a good reason for subscribing sometimes. All right, I have not heard of Vitol VR. Here comes the Manny lurking about, lurking through the weeds. He is out there, folks, watching us. Welcome in, sir. And I will be right back, folks. All right, airborne radar. If when we get Duluth back on channel here, um, we did this once. I'm not sure how you got yours to come up showing and I didn't, and I don't remember if mine ever showed because I don't run a camera. Um, but it should because I'm on right here. So, yeah, you're right. A lot to learn. It's a neat tool. It allows you to pull in, I think it's like up to 6 people, 6 different streams at once that are together talking and enjoying. And it really is pretty cool. All right, looking, let's see here. All right, we'll try this again. Oh, I got to go over here, turn that on.
Oh, wait. There we go. Now, are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, perfect.
I'm trying to figure out how to turn you up on my end.
Okay.
Oh,
That
that
actually
works.
worked out well then.
Now, why I am not showing my stream is beyond me. Unless you're seeing it.
So I can confirm that I do see your stream, and I
I'll bet
do
it's because
see
I'm
that
on. That's why.
probably it's one of those things where you have to have multiple. The amount of monitors that you have seems to always have to increase now in order to do everything. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay, that was annoying on the outside of the aircraft. That is loud.
So are we in the A10?
We are not in the A10. We are actually in the F-16.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. The A10, although I'm new to the whole flight sim world, even though I am a very large, like, plane enthusiast and nut when it comes to that. Flight sim is just something that I recently got into only a couple weeks ago. It's actually how I found your page a few weeks ago. I was actually asking you about, I think you were flying like one of the tankers.
Oh, okay, the KC-46, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. The big old Strato tanker.
Oh, yeah.
Or whatever. Thing's huge.
Believe Pegasus is the
Yes,
designation, I believe.
I think so. I do believe so, actually. It's based off a 767. If I
Yep,
remember.
767-200 frame.
Wow.
I've heard a few other differences on it. I mean, but the 76200 or 7200 airframe, someone told me the 787 nose is on it. I'll be honest, it didn't look different to me when I saw it the last time about 4 or 5 years ago. I'm sorry, 4 or 5 months ago. But
Interesting.
I didn't know that fact, so that might be why it looked the same to me.
That's very interesting, actually.
Well, I mean, they did a big modification to the Dash 200, so for it, so. Well, it's no different than what they did for the P8 in the Navy. They took a 737 800 fuselage and put 737 900 wings on it. I guess for the increased range, I don't know.
Now, you seem extremely knowledgeable in this. So, is your background like? Are you in the real world? Do you work for an airline? Are you an actual pilot or?
No, I used to work in the airport fire rescue.
Oh wow.
I've
So
been out of
that's fire
work
rest.
for about 5 months now.
Oh,
Yeah, they let me go.
retired or
They let me go.
oh, why?
So,
That's wow. Neither here nor
not
there.
worth getting into here.
Yeah, no worries about that.
And
That is
unfortunately, at my age, finding a job is very difficult.
I understand that. I may look young. My wife's probably gonna laugh at me on that one. But I'm not. No, my body is that of someone much older since my military days. So,
Yeah, me too.
you know, I'm 39, but I do not function like a 39-year-old.
I'm almost double that.
Really?
I'm
Still going.
almost
See, I want to
60.
be able to.
No, I'm almost 60, but
That is amazing, though.
so I went a pretty good amount. Airport firefighting is not like city firefighting. Thankfully, we don't have fires every day. So it's not a huge wear and tear on your body, but there are things that do wear and tear on you.
I'm
Um,
sure there are.
but like I said, though, not like the city where you're constantly in it almost every shift. So,
That's crazy.
but yeah. But I was off and on in airport fire. I was also an over-the-road trucker, so
Wow.
that's what I did when I
More
came out of the
familiar with
military.
that one. Oh, so you were in the military?
Yeah, I was an airport fire. I was with the Air Force as a fire protection specialist, and got out right before Desert Shield, Desert Storm.
Wow.
Luckily, because if I didn't,
Different.
another 2 to 3 years on my, and then I would have had to just say, screw it, stay in, get my
Yeah,
retirement
you're
then.
in for the long. Yeah, you're in for the
'Cause
long haul at that point.
At the point when I got out of the Air Force, granted, was only 4 years active duty. However, I had done 3 years Air National Guard prior to it. Now, how the points
Oh,
would have worked out and all for retirement, that I don't know. But if I had to do another 3 years, I'm basically looking at 3, 4 years to potential retirement.
true.
So the goal would have been
That's
37 years old to retire. But it might have gone to 40. Depending
wow.
how points transferred into the whole system.
Yeah, the point system is, and granted, these days it is drastically different. Gone are the days of the guaranteed retirement.
Yep.
That is no longer a thing in the military. A friend of mine actually just recently retired from the Marine Corps after 24 years.
Ooh.
And he was actually, and I asked him because he was part of that transition when, the government came to all the different branches and said, hey, do you want the new retirement system or are you going to keep the old retirement, whatever the transition was. And he stayed with the old one. It makes sense why they switched the system, but it's definitely different.
I didn't get to experience it. What I did get to experience in my days of the military, one, the wall comes down in Berlin.
Wow.
The Cold War ending. And they were early outing a lot of people.
Really?
Well, either retiring early or early outs. This would have been right before would have been between 90 and 90, or 89, 90 time frame. I got out 1990. Wow. Not by early out. My contract ended.
Yeah, your contract's done. You're like, that's it. Now,
if I'd have gone to another base, who knows? I might have stayed in, ended up down in the sand pit and all of that good fun. But who knows? We all would love to say what would have happened. I know the life I have today, good chance would not have happened. And I'm very thankful for the life I have today. So I'm glad I did leave. But of course, you never know those things on the spot.
No, and it, as I've found out myself, it takes time for life to kind of play out to make it to whatever the next phase is. A lot of ups and downs and bumps and bruises to get to
Yep.
the various stages.
A lot more to come for you too.
Yeah, I'd like to think that I'm pretty well prepared. Man, this thing bounces around a lot. I'd like to think that I'm prepared for that, but we never know.
That's exactly right.
We never do know. So now, do you have your civilian pilot's license, or
Yes.
Really? So
I got that
so
while I
you
was
Cessna or-
out of high school and in college. Granted, I only did about 2 years. I was one of those who probably shouldn't have gone to college right out of high school. Just really no direction. Um, and but I did get my pilot's license. Boy, this is what I enjoy. Problem is, it's so doggone expensive. I can't enjoy it in the real world.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part that I've noticed. I would love to get my civilian pilot's license. A friend of mine that I served with in the Marine Corps is I'm paying attention to what he does because he's passed all of his exams, but he's going through this massive headache with the FAA because they are using his VA disability claim kind of against him in a way.
Ah, I got it.
And so if that's the case, I'm like, why even put myself through that if that's going to be, what I have to look forward to.
Well, I can tell you a little thing about me. When I was in high school, I had a ligament grow into a hook. No, wait, a calcium deposit on my knee. Sliced 3 ligaments to where my knee would not fully extend without excruciating, and I mean excruciating pain. They went in, as the doc said, to a 16-year-old, yeah, we're just going to take a chisel and you'll be fine.
You shave some stuff out.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what they did. Well, somehow in my medical records, that got on there as the laparoscopic, which was brand new back in the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
And when I went active duty, they were questioning that because that was not allowed at that time.
Interesting.
And the doc went through my records, and he said, let me see your knee. And he goes, that's not laparoscopic. Why is it in your records? I said, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, you're just,
Oh.
But so you were on the enlisted side when you?
Yeah, I was
you
enlisted.
went to college, but you were enlisted. Okay.
Yeah, I just did 2 years. I was ROTC then, but I just couldn't get grounded right and let everything go.
Yeah.
Flying F-15s was a dream back then to get me into 747, and it all collapsed when I left college. And I knew that, but, I figured the Air Force was the way to figure something out. Somewhat sort of did in the firehouse, but then other problems emerged when I got out with firefighting, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to go drive a truck.
World is a tough world to be in.
Well, it's tough to a point, but politics at the time were just making it not an easy job to get into, especially fully qualified firefighters. But that's the way politics in this country works. So,
yeah,
and not getting into that. That's not what this is about, folks. So I went on and drove a truck, and
was it a Peterbilt?
that was one of them I drove. Mostly freight shakers, but I did drive some Pete's. Mostly setback axle. I did get to drive the infamous football helmet. If you look at a cab over, aerodynamic cab over Pete, it does look like a football helmet.
Yeah. Huh. So, and you were interstate, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, 48 states and Canada.
Jeez.
I
Yeah.
liked
I
Canada,
drove.
believe it or not. That was kind of fun, except winter. That kind of stunk up there, but
It's pretty cold up there. But no, I used to drive trucks, but not interstate. It was all local. So worked for a construction company, driving flatbeds, towing our excavators and backhoes,
Okay.
and things like that.
Yeah, I drove skateboards for a while too, so
Yeah,
steel
they're
hauling
fun.
and twig hauling.
Oh no, I think it was a baby. Oh, who did? Oh, sorry. We have a my wife is here. She's usually always here. She graces us with her presence every now and then, and then tries to sneak out away from the camera. And then we have a 1-year-old that he's 2 feet of terror. He just woke up. So,
Yeah, we watch a 5-month-old for my youngest daughter, so while she's at work.
Sweet.
And then my other daughter has two, well, a 3-year-old and a 5-month-old. The two are, by the way, only 6 days apart, the two 5-month-olds. So, yeah, they're fun when they're together.
Wait, so 2 of your daughters have 5-month-old?
No, yeah, 2 of my daughters have 5-month-olds.
And they're just days apart?
Yeah. Hopefully best friends for life, but you never know.
Yeah, we have 4 kids in total, so we go from 17 on down to 2 feet of terror. Oh boy.
Yeah, we have a third daughter, our oldest, and so she's a few miles away from us, but that's okay. A lot closer than when things started in their marriage.
Well, that's life takes us to different
Yeah.
places.
Being in the military, I know that, and being a military brat on top of it.
Oh yeah, no. See, I came from a family where the only military person in my family was my grandfather, and he had done 4 years in the Navy back in the late 50s. Got out in like 1961, I think, right when my dad was born, and that was it. He just worked construction after that. So California born and raised, and ended up just joining the Marine Corps because I lost a bet. And it's the best bet I've ever lost.
Well, I just went in. My dad was officer, and seeing it from a different light as an enlisted person was a eye opener.
Oh yeah, it's definitely different for sure. I mean, there's an ad break. Gotta love those. As I try and take off from this, I have 5 drop tanks on this thing.
Yeah, I used to play DCS, but
no, I'm on VATSIM.
oh really?
Yes, this is from, come on, plane, get up. There we go. It's from Delta Wing Sim, and it's, in my opinion, probably the most well done model of any plane, honestly. This is
A lot of people say that when they put fighters out here in X-Plane or Microsoft, till they switch over to digital combat simulation.
Yeah,
Then your jaw just goes under the wheels.
It's interesting too because a lot of actual pilots of those various aircrafts have, even as they fly those, DCS. So that's actually pretty accurate.
Yeah, I was on there, like I said, for a short time. It kept blue screening on me, and there's a whole litany of what me and another guy thought could be wrong with it way back when. And I dropped it and just not coming back because blue screens just got old.
Yeah,
I'd get going, wheels up, blue screen. I'd get going, taxi, blue screen. I'm like, I'm tired of this. I'm here to somewhat relax. I mean, as much as you can before you get into combat. But
Yeah.
then it had a trim issue, and I don't know if that's just the way the real plane is or not. And this was all the A10.
Oh,
That
yeah.
A10 is flat
the
out
first one?
unbelievable.
That's the. I think that's. I want to get into DCS. I'm a Mac user because I'm an audio engineer, and so
Ah.
everything that I do is on a Mac. I do have parallels. I do have DCS on my computer. I have a very high-end, top-of-the-line computer, so I feel like I should have very little issues when it comes to the graphics and running DCS. But as I've opened it a couple of times, there are a lot of features that I need to like dive into in order to get it to work properly on my Mac, because there's a lot to it.
Oh yeah. And
running it through Parallels is definitely different as well.
when I fly with Pan Am Virtual, the guy that's behind that, Spaceman, you'll hear me talk of him a lot. He actually has a digital combat sim wing squadron, something, whatever he calls it, up and running. He keeps trying to get me, and I keep telling him I'm just not going through that again. He says it's changed in 10 years. I know, but again, no.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much to it. I mean, it is just dynamite in realism. I mean, it'll, matter of fact, blow people's minds away. Questions you may have had about why fighters do this or that, you get them answered real quick.
That is pretty. The reason I got excited about it is because I used to be a former JTAC when I was in the Marine Corps. So telling fighter jets where to drop bombs on a target is what I did. If I was in the Air Force, I'm the equivalent of a TAC.
Yep.
And to be able to like have that communication again is something that I was kind of looking for. It was like, no, they get like everywhere else gets this wrong. DCS seems to have basically gotten it right. And then now they have actual fighter pilots and attack pilots working with them to like, hey, this is an actual campaign that we did. This is what, like, that's just so the yeah.
It's amazing. I can tell you one thing, folks, if you're thinking about DCS. When I flew it was, oh my gosh, we were back DCS 1 point something. So that gives you a long way back. The aircraft would be sitting on the ramps. And you'd have the engines on and running. This is something X-Plane keeps talking about, but they explained why it's so difficult. Now, they're global, X-Plane. DCS is a theater, so they have taken the globe and shrunk it to just these boundaries. For instance, Nevada Test Range, the Persian Gulf. So you've narrowed down what you have to build. The grass was waving in the winds behind the aircraft.
Huh.
And they don't do that right now in X-Plane. Now, the trees will move with the wind, but the jet blast would not move the grass. And Austin explained the physics of how to make that happen. And it's not easy when you're talking globally. But when you get it narrowed down to a specific point, it's not as hard. And they do it.
Now, you're flying in X-Plane 12, correct?
I am in X-Plane 12.
Okay, because I'm in X-Plane 12 as well right now.
And I've got the new release, because yesterday with the release prior, all the crash to desktops were occurring.
Oh.
Now, release 2 has come out.
New release?
Now, if you did not check the beta box in the installer, then you're not getting the betas that come out in between the releases. But if you did,
Well, I
yesterday,
downloaded mine. I bought mine through Steam.
okay. Well, right now we're running on us 12.1.2-R2, which is the latest and greatest version,
Okay.
beta wise. Where they might be on releases, I'm not certain. I know guys were going back into the installer and unchecking the beta box to get flying again because it would take you back to the last safe release.
Interesting.
But
I am at.
one thing with Digital Combat, I got a little discouraged. They started the World War II side right before I left. The Focke-Wulf came out. I believe the Messerschmitt 109, Spitfire, of course, the Mustang came right out with it.
Yeah.
They were beginning to work Normandy, and Normandy had released, and talk of the B-17 coming in, and other bomber-like aircraft. They had a GoFundMe that never made it to the mark to get it there, hence the other aircraft that came. Would have loved to have seen what Digital Combat would have done with a B-17. Or even a B-24 for that matter. Now they're AI, but they never made one, just like the C-130. I heard so much talk about it. I've heard it's going to release, but it's been out there for a while in AI. So you couldn't pilot it. You could put it in campaigns, but you couldn't pilot it.
Interesting.
Now, another thing you'll be able to do, the real pilots, as I understand it, use TACAN to find the tankers. You can do that and then talk to them the way the little script works for getting in to refuel. And it's not easy, folks.
No, all of that, and I do know from just in real life stuff as well, TACAN is pretty much wherever a military aircraft goes, that's generally speaking what they're going to use to land if the airport has it, or of course when they're landing on their bases, usually they have it. But it's kind of a feature actually that I wish was incorporated a little bit more in X-Plane.
Well, for a while there, I was posing a question to our airport assistant director before he got fired. He was a C5 pilot. And I figured he probably wouldn't know because it's a Navy question. Unless they can land C5s now on carriers. Pretty sure they can't. C-130s can. No. But they did it 2 or 3 times in Vietnam.
They've also done it with the U-2.
Oh, I didn't know the U-2 made it.
The U-2 was actually tested out to be able to land on the aircraft carriers. So
wow, I figured the wing would come off.
It's weird how they did it. Just landing the U-2 even today is very strange how they have to do it.
Oh yeah, the chase cars and
chase the car. Everything. It's so weird. I didn't know that. What was it? The U-2 was still flying actually, and I know it is now. But back when I was in Afghanistan, this was 2009. We're in the middle of this operation, and all of a sudden, I've got a French F-16 flying around. I've got Marine Corps Harriers, and all of a sudden, I get this random call sign. I still remember it, Disco 66, and I was like radioing back to everybody, and I go, "Who is this guy? Like, well, I don't know. Just work with him. Okay, fine. Disco 66. Go ahead with checking." They explain. And all military bearing went out the door the second he comes across. He goes, "Yeah, Disco 66 is a flight of 1 U-2. And I immediately cut him off. And I go, "Did you say U-2? And he goes, "Yes." I said, "Spy plane?" And he's like, "Yes." I was like, "Is it one that was shot down over Russia?" Yep. I'm like, "You still exist?" And he goes, "Very much so."
I
And
hope
I'm
so,
like,
because I'm going to land on you.
no, I'm like, what's your flight level? He was like, Angels 80, and I was like, oh, you're like way up there, like 80,000 feet in the air.
Yep.
And the published altitude, I think, is only like 72,000 or something. But it goes way up there, and it's the things that aircraft can do reconnaissance-wise is impressive.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the pictures and photographs that we got from that just, and he was nowhere near as far as like looking up at the sky being, no, he was off like so far away from where we were at. It was mind blowing.
Well, imagine the blackbirds when they flew.
We have one where at the museum not far from where I live.
Yeah, well, when those guys flew, well, they actually flew. It's an interesting mission to watch. They flew into Griffiths Air Force Base back in the Cold War. This was right as Israel, one of the Israeli wars. Of course, the U.S. is not officially taking sides. So, this was their way of not officially taking sides. They flew a Blackbird from Griffiths to the Middle East and back, and allowed the pictures to go to both sides. Now, what they could do with the pictures, that's up to their capabilities. Here's how they got it past the public as to why this plane was there. Nobody knew that's what it was going to do. Atmospheric experiments or something, anomalies, something like that's what they were doing. They would literally take off just before sunset or at sunset, air refuel, I forget, 2 or 3 times, they said, down and back, and land at sunrise. That's like amazing.
So, Jarhead 05, so this is in your chat right now, and so I'm
I see that.
sure based off of your name there that you're a Marine, and your MOS was a 0514. What's 05? That's got to be like something.
Yeah, the SR-71's quite an engineering marvel, he says. Someone on the net broke all the systems and functionality of the plane. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of, I is living in Dayton, Ohio, where I graduated high school. The Dayton Air Show was number 2 in the world unless Farnborough was going on. And then it was number 3. We had a SR-71. Well, I think they landed it at Wright Pat, and then it took off and did a couple of displays. But on Sunday, he did his 3 flybys, gear down, flaps. I think they had flaps. Real nice and slow so you could see it. The next one he came by at a pretty decent pace. And the next time he again started at a decent pace, punched the burners in, did his super, vertical climb and out of sight, which was actually pretty cool to watch. Hour and a half later, the announcer came on. The SR-71 we saw at the show is now landing at Beale Air Force Base.
How far was that?
Well, we're in Dayton, Ohio. Beale is in Northern California.
Oh, that's right. It's amazing. I live here in California. I still don't even know all the damn routes.
Well, it's north of Travis, north of Sacramento.
Oh,
yeah. I've seen it. That's the only time I've seen it. And the JP8 fuel that it ran on, Jarhead saying his pesticide component came from that. That's possible. But as firefighters, we had to follow the plane because it leaked like a sieve until it got up, got speed, and heated up and sealed everything. They met a tanker almost immediately on takeoff.
That is interesting because I saw something about a week or so ago where a former pilot of the SR-71 had mentioned that when they switched, I think it was to like scramjet, or the modes to get that thing to go as fast as it did, that the actual motor itself, the turbine itself, expanded like some crazy amount, like a foot or something, when they were at altitude. And then it would, as they would come down lower in altitude and, go back to idle, it would, wouldn't expand it.
The thing, like Jarhead said, that just blows your mind away, it leaks fuel on the ground. And taking off full burner, it doesn't make a huge, anything like that. It's leaking fuel with the burners lit.
That's
And unreal, that plane. What a plane. I mean, just like Concorde, except Concorde didn't leak.
Why isn't the Concorde still around?
Two big reasons. One is the crash that happened in Paris, where a tire blew and the plane basically, the wing erupted in a massive fireball and they couldn't control it at all. It just melted the wing. And by the way, that incident happened 5 other times, 3 of which at Dulles. So that accident could have occurred at Dulles. The other is, while such a big technological success, it was a flop. Only 120 seats inside that plane. $6,000 round trip. I think might have even been one way. Versus the 747 at 500 or less a seat.
That's interesting.
So it was a massive modern marvel of the time, but economically it was a flop. But it was something. I mean, literally, folks, getting on it in Paris or London and going to the United States, you're in a time machine. Wait a minute. Yeah. Is that the right way? Yeah, that's the right way. You could get off the plane and your watch would be either no different time-wise. Let's see. How did it? You could board it at 1 o'clock, we'll say, in the afternoon in London or France. Get off the plane and it may or may not be 1 o'clock. It may be earlier.
That's crazy.
It's a literal time machine, although it's because of the time zones and the speed.
Yeah, true.
Your watch would show the 2 or 3 hour flight you flew, but the clocks on the wall would not. You'd just be going, huh?
15-hour trip from here to Germany?
Could be done. Well, there's actually a plane in the works. I think it's Boeing, could be someone else, to try to bring something like that back to go from Tokyo, I forget where, was it New York or LA, in like a couple of hours versus the 15, 25 hours.
It is a very long haul to get to those just far distant places.
And the other demise was the fact the sonic boom laws that got put in place. That plane used to actually go to Dallas, but the rules and all came in place and the booms. Yeah, they could only go to the coast.
Boom is the company's name.
Huh?
Jarhead, that Boom is the company's name, is what Jarhead is saying.
Oh, really?
That's kind of funny, actually.
I didn't know that's what it was called, but I thought that was the name of it. But hopefully, I hope it comes to be. United, I think, is slated to be the release customer.
Interesting.
So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, it'll be able to make money. I mean,
Yeah,
people will pay $6,000, don't get me wrong, but not enough.
that's true. I mean, is there enough customers that want to, or they can even afford that? Because it's going to be a lot. But like us. I wish we had the bullet train here in Southern California,
Yeah.
Vegas, but our politicians can't figure out which side is up. So good luck on that.
Well, I've seen where they want to put it underground, some kind of underground railroad, and I've seen where they want to use a monorail where
Company.
high speed.
Yep, that's so. I think so. Elon Musk is with his boring company, which is a freaking hilarious name, doing the underground tunneling and trying to create a whole like system that way.
I would not ever want to take a train underground in California.
Oh, we have them. We have a.
Oh, I
huge
know you
subway
do,
system.
but I wouldn't want to with the earthquakes that occur out there.
We're due for one. we haven't had a good one in a very long time. That's a scary thought. Actually.
Boom is actually venturing. Actually, Boom Overture is partnered with X-Plane for their simulator. Wow,
That's impressive.
that'd be cool. I'll go fly it.
That's pretty impressive.
As long as it's a simulator, if you tell me it's the real thing, I'm gonna jump out of there in a heartbeat.
Oh, don't want to be don't like flying.
No, I just don't want to be the guinea pig that crashes it.
Yeah, that's true. There is a thing to that. I used to jump out of airplanes, and I don't even know if I'll ever jump out of an airplane again. So,
That's one thing. You know, I watched a show once, and it would be me. There, except I have flown on many planes. They were at Fort Benning, interviewing and showing you how Rangers and airborne guys get their wings.
airborne, all.
And they're
Are you gonna
walking
Fort
through
Benning
there, and the
too, or-
guy goes, "So," he goes, "How you feel about going out there and doing your first jump?" I've never been on a plane before.
It's funny you say that because when I was at Fort Benning for jump school, which is weird for Marines to jump just in general because there's very few Marine Corps units that need to even jump out of an airplane to begin, why. And so I was fortunate enough to be a part of a unit that was part of our mission was airborne because I spent most of my time actually with the Army and the Air Force. And when I was at Fort Benning, the amount of people there that were jumping out of an airplane, and it was their first time on an airplane. I'm like, wait a minute, Army has boot camp like all over the place. You mean to tell me like he's like, yeah, I live like right down the road and stuff. Like, so you've never been anywhere but here? And they're like, yep. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's all right. Like, and there they are going up, and about 10 minutes later, they're jumping out.
Yep. I don't think I can jump from a perfectly good airplane.
I am deathly afraid of heights, like massively afraid.
I mean, I could. I mean, I watch them on The Amazing Race. That's one of our favorite shows to watch.
No, yeah.
And I'm like, granted, they've got somebody with you, if you've never done it. Well, I think all of them do. Never mind. It doesn't matter if you've done it or not. That would be the one that would be tough, the toughest for me next to some of the food they have to eat.
Yeah, it's well for me. I mean, jumping out is always static line. Free fall is very it's very easy because you just fall. Like out the plane you go, and you got to make sure you hold your position as far as like,
and don't hit the rear wing and
exactly. But you pretty much just fall.
Yeah, gravity
So
takes
much
over
that
and
can
you
go
should
wrong.
miss it.
Exactly. There is so much that goes wrong that can go wrong in a static line jump. It is very nerve-wracking. You're like, okay, where's my static line? Is it you're making sure it's not going under your arm? Am I too close to the guy in front of me because his parachute will open up and smack me in the face, and that hurts like no other. It's ridiculous. And I remember the first time I went out the door, it's like oh crap, we're going. Like, this is happening. You can't stop now. And it didn't even feel like I had fallen or anything. It was just, I go out. I don't remember counting. I don't remember how I got into position. I just remember looking up after feeling the opening shock, going, I just jumped out of a freaking airplane, and I'm watching the airplane still go on by. And it's the quietest thing you've ever experienced in your entire life.
Oh, that I can imagine.
It's pretty awesome, actually.
And the other part that blew my mind away, if you watch Band of Brothers, folks, you get an inkling of this, but yet you don't. You're only 800 to no more than 1,000 feet above the ground.
That is how it used to be.
And that's how they still drop them, I think. If the way when I did C-130 training, albeit Sim Air Force, Sim, they were saying 800 feet or 1,000.
Yeah, so it has since changed, and that is only very recently. And when I say recently, we're talking like within the past 10 years. So to give you an idea of how accurate Band of Brothers is, the T-10 parachute that was used during World War II just so happens to be the same parachute that was used when I went through jump school in 2008. So, that being said, 800 feet was the minimum, it was the minimum in which we could safely be dropped and, have enough time, in theory, that if your parachute doesn't open, you can still pull your reserve. Now, I've never jumped from 800 feet. The lowest I have personally jumped from is 1,300 feet. You're on the ground very fast.
Oh, yeah.
We're on the ground fast anyway. The highest I've jumped was from 3,000 feet, I think, somewhere around there. The reason it's changed is because the parachutes that they use now are much different. It's not like free fall where they can flare out the parachute as they're landing and come to this nice cushioned stop. We're lawn darts. Where we go is like where the wind takes us, that's where we go.
Yep.
And when you hit the ground, you better hope it's like a soft spot, because you're going to hit the ground hard. There's no like standing up and like, oh, that was fun. No. You're a lawn dart. The new parachutes you can somewhat steer, and they require longer to open. So we used to jump out, and our training was you count to 4. So 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and then check can peak and can peak control. Now it's a 6-second fall, and so the distance that they fall is greater. So the 800 feet will no longer happen because the parachute doesn't have enough time. But that being said, they can steer it now, so it's a steerable lawn dart.
And you no longer land in trees, hopefully.
Well,
Unless you're over a forest.
Unless you're me and you find, I was just the unluckiest guy ever. I always, in the Marine Corps, we used the same Special Forces parachute when we do static line jumps, and so we could steer ours. I still managed to land in every wrong place known to man. I've landed on a dead animal skull. I've landed in a rut. I've hit everything to include my own radio antenna. I don't know how I managed that one, but I was not a very smart. Well, I was just not a very smart jumper.
Well, one of the crashes we had at Scott Air Force Base, it was an actual crash, folks, was a T-2 Buckeye, which is a Navy trainer back in the 80s, 70 time frame. Might even gone back to the 60s. Literally ran out of fuel. They punched out, and yes, landed in trees. Mind you,
That is
Illinois, folks, is cornfield country, so finding a tree here is not easy. They found it.
that is really that is actually pretty hilarious.
Well, the reason they ran out of fuel, the emergency actually came in as fuel gauge problems. My mind immediately went, oh my God, these guys are out of fuel. Immediately to what it really was. What actually happened is the fuel gauges were inaccurate and were not working properly. So they literally flew out of gas.
And they had really kind of no idea.
And they punched out 10 to 20 miles from the airport, and they ended up in a tree. The matter of fact, the canopy landed on an interstate. I don't remember if any cars got hit. Whew, I can't imagine that one.
That would have
Wake you up. So,
very bad. You know,
but that was one of the only crashes I know of. Now, we've had major incidents. We had a TWA 767 with one of its mains stuck up, land on Scott Air Force Base. Pilot wanted the hospital versus Lambert. So, they were nice enough to let him. They didn't have to. Cold War days, folks, a whole lot different than what you see today. Those military bases you did not land on unless you had permission. So it took a lot to get that aircraft in there. Today, you can do whatever you want, it seems like. It's just kind of...
No, you honestly, you really can. It's not as... I mean, it's regulated, obviously, but it's not as difficult.
I mean, we got local schools shooting touch and goes on it. At Scott, not Mid-America. Why? Because they want to see the neat stuff over at Scott. There isn't anything neat that's going to be on the ramp. It'll be in a hangar.
Yeah, that's, I mean...
But to most people, they don't know that.
Well, yeah, like at Edwards Air Force Base, where the old, Lockheed Skunk Works used to be and stuff, where they still test everything pretty much. And good luck finding anything there.
Oh, yeah.
Because you'll never, unless you're just randomly out in the middle of the desert sometime, just looking up, seeing something strange, good luck finding what's actually there.
Well, you know what's fun? Go on Google Earth or Google Maps. Find Edwards. Once you look at the base and see how it's a really interesting sight to see, start going out and around. You got to be kind of zoomed in. You're going to find airfields.
Oh, yeah.
Much like you saw in Maverick. Now, the one in question that I know had a runway. And at the end of it was what looked like a hangar. And that was it. Makes you wonder.
Oh, you think
what happens there? It does make you think, what is in there? Or is it for? Yeah. It's like 10, 12,000 foot runway, too.
Oh, yeah.
But you can find these things. You could go even into the Nevada test range. First, you'll find Area 51 because everyone wants to look for it. But then start looking around.
You already know it exists.
And you'll see all of the other airports. The infamous Janet Airways flies into. You'll find them. Oh, yeah. And then there's some you don't know, but you'll see them because you can pretty well make them out.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you can do with Google. And I'll give you an assignment, folks. Go on Google Earth. Go to Kilo. Hang on, let me get the Whiteman Air Force Base here in Missouri. And
you're in
I'm close to it.
Ozark.
Well, we're in St. Louis, so we're on the other end. Go to
Family in the Ozarks out in Joplin.
Kilo Sierra Zulu Lima. Zoom down to the middle of the runway. Unless they've changed it. And by the way, it hasn't changed in 7 years because I showed this twice to my dad and he said, they don't do that. And then I showed it to him. He went, oh my gosh. It's a B-2 off the runway with firefighting equipment around it. Yeah.
That is interesting.
It's been on there for a better part of 7 years.
Makes you wonder why we actually like do so, because there's like just why.
Well, Bagram Air Force Base or Air Base in Afghanistan. It took 4 years, 5 years, I'll bet. But they had a very serious incident with the C-17. I think it had a gear up incident or something. It was on Google Earth for like 5 to 7 years afterwards.
You're talking about the cargo jet that came down.
Not the 7-4 that fell out of the sky. This was an actual C-17, and that too was on Google for God knows how long. Now it's gone because Bagram's gone.
Yeah, that's.
And I'm not getting into that. That was the stupidest
Neither am
thing.
I.
But it is what it is. They did it, and they'll pay for it.
Yep, that's. Geez. That was a huge airbase too.
It was.
Very, I know this from when I was medevac. So I was seriously injured in Afghanistan in 2009, and part of the medevac process when I was getting out of the country was from Marja to Bastion Air Base was the British hospital I was in for a few days, and then I ended up in Bagram for about a day or two before we took the flight, the medevac flight from Bagram to Landstuhl, Germany.
Otherwise known, folks, as Ramstein. There are 4 or 5 different bases there that come together.
I found that out. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Is that
It was Ramstein, yeah. Landstuhl is the name of the town by it. The medical facility is there, and something else. But yeah, it's.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah, there is a whole lot to Ramstein that. And I worked for 7 years. Defense Personal Property System, you may have known, to move household goods in the military. We were the first call if you had troubles with it. I did the freight and the cargo side, the systems that worked, some with DPS, but with actually moving big stuff over. And yeah, that's where I found out. I went, Landstuhl? Where is this? So I looked it up and went, that's Ramstein.
I had no idea, actually. That's interesting because I remember because I got
Klausers-Slotten or something like that's also there too.
Wow.
Let me get Ramstein pulled up. Yeah, it's an interesting airbase, folks. If you ever look it up, I'm going back into Google, Mr. Google.
Yeah, there it is. Google knows everything. That's I didn't. That makes sense though.
Kaiserslauten's there. That's the Army base. Landstuhl's somewhere nearby. I can't remember. Oh, there it is, south of the base.
So that's the actual town that the base itself kind of just is.
Yep. And then here's an interesting fact. If you zoom in on the tarmac there at Ramstein, the main one, the terminal over the last 5-10 years has jetways now. And that's for the military charters that were constantly going in and out.
Yeah, that's true because we were private charter in the country, basically.
Now there's a bunch of C5s and C17s on that ramp. Used to be, you could see some of the 7.4s that were doing cargo hauls for them.
Huh.
Oh yeah, it's It's interesting to go into Google and see all of this. All the
I
hercs
get
down on
lost
the east
all the
end.
time.
The sad
I
thing is the fighter side of the house is pretty well moved. And I
where
think
at?
Spangdahlem is where they're mostly at now.
Hmm, that's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of the fighters have been moved. Another one that's fun to look at if you can, Osan in Korea. That
Never
is,
been there.
I don't ever want to go to Korea, but what an interesting looking base, but I don't want anything to be that close to North Korea.
It could be fun, depending on your definition of fun.
True.
That's
Yeah,
always
the
fun.
old terminal is wow. Wow, it's just neat to look at Ramstein. All right, I'm going to Bagram now. Time to go to Bagram. Is it
I don't
still
think I'll
there?
ever have the chance, but
There's the airbase. Empty, empty, empty. Holy mackerel. But everything
there,
is still there, folks. All that we built.
it's interesting to look at some of the things because I do it from time to time. Like I said, it goes down a rabbit hole because I'll just get lost. Like I remember where this was and this was. Um, using Google Earth, and it's like, oh, hey, where's this base when I was in country, or
Yep.
where, all these things. And for me, I don't. So I've been to both Iraq and Afghanistan, and I don't think I will ever get the chance to go back to Afghanistan. And but my time in Iraq was much different than a lot of other military service members that were there. And I absolutely love the country in general. And I really do hope that at some point in time I get a chance to actually like travel back there and go walk in some of the same places that I once had been through, like when it was a war.
Oh, yeah. I'd love to see, well, besides Israel, I just, that is one of my hugest goals. Uh, I'd like to get over to Iraq and see the ruins where they've begun to find Babylon.
I've walked through the city of Babylon.
Oh, did
It
you? I
is
know they found it and have been
it's very
excavating big time.
yes, it's just walking through Iraq in general. Um, if because I do see like the biblical verses that get posted and stuff on your page, and when you open up like the New King James version, for example, of the Bible, and you go through, like I love maps, and I remember this as a kid, like hey, where did this connect and how did this go through? And the one thing that always struck me as fascinating is back when I was in school, we learned that Mesopotamia is considered to be the first civilization that we like actually know of. Well, where's Mesopotamia? Oh, gee, that's weird. That just so happens to be in Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at the maps of like the route that John took, or even and you wait, the Euphrates. Wait, is that the same Euphrates? Oh yeah, oh that's the Tigris River. Hey, wait a minute. I've walked on both the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers, and there's times where you sit there and you look at something that was just built maybe 2,000 plus years ago or yesterday, because a lot of them still build stuff the exact same way as it was back then. But it's very fascinating to go through that whole area and be like, I'm literally walking in the same spot possibly that all of these biblical figures literally walk through.
Oh, yeah.
It's very very
I'll
just
bring one
awesome.
home to you. Chief that I worked with was known for any base he would end up at, they seemed to close. Well, he ended up in close to when before Ramstein was what it is today. You had Rhine Main Air Base, and it was co-located with Frankfurt International. Matter of fact, south side of the airport, southeast corner, I think they're building a huge terminal there now. That was the air base.
Yep.
Anyway, there was a base, not worse, but that's, I got to go to Google for this one. But anyway, he said the house we lived in wasn't on base. It was like 8, 9 to 1,000 years old. Whoa. Imagine the stories, if that house could talk, could be said.
Yeah.
All
Absolutely.
throughout Europe, folks. You're talking, if you're in a now if you're in a home that was just built, that doesn't count. If you go to these homes, there's a lot of them that have been there well over 5, 6, 700 years. And they're still standing, even through the wars. They're still standing.
Oh, yeah.
And it's amazing to think the tales and stories you could hear from them.
It's amazing feats or amazing feats of engineering.
But I actually heard something about the Euphrates that I haven't really tracked down from a preacher. There may have been there could have been a different Euphrates track before the flood. Because if you go to Genesis 1, where's the Garden of Eden? At the intersection of the Euphrates, Tigris, Cush, and another. The Cush and the other one we don't know. And to put the other two together moves the Euphrates to a different area.
Which does kind of... that theory, I guess, becomes more plausible based off the fact of now they do, and I don't know how accurate this is, but the belief that they have found Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
I think it's Turkey.
Turkey, I've heard too, on one of the big mountains.
Correct. So the fact that they're like, hey, this is where we believe, like, and they've done tons of... So if that is in fact where the Ark is, they can then trace everything sort of back from that point. And
I would say that's
correct. The Euphrates had a different track.
Or it went further, or a whole lot of things. The preacher was actually quoting from someone else who has been doing a lot of the research on where could the Garden of Eden be. And it tells us, but it doesn't tell us in the Bible. Because two of the rivers we don't know.
That's the whole point and fun part of it.
And if you do find it, you will never live to tell about it, because there's a cherub there that's not to let you out.
We're not supposed to know everything.
That's right. It's called faith.
That's just the way it is.
Here's the interesting thing, though. Let's just say that is Noah's Ark. Could be, may not be. That's an engineering feat right there, that the wood is still around 8,000 years later.
Yes.
That is an actual engineering feat. I would say biblical, but
well, that just goes to show that it proves that a lot of things did take place and are now, unfortunately since gone, whatever,
Oh, yeah.
That just happens over time. I don't know why people don't understand that.
And the other thing that's interesting, if you read the whole story about Noah, it never rained until then. The way it's written in the Bible, they have no idea what rain is.
Oh, that's interesting.
And then for 40 days and 40 nights, it rains, kills off everybody but 7 that were in the ark, plus all the animals. And that's where everyone says all the geological stuff happened when the waters went away. I'm not getting into that. But I just found
Yeah,
that,
that's the
and
whole.
another preacher said, up until Noah, people lived 900 years. I mean, granted, they were on a decline in the number of years they lived, but they were still well over 3, 4, 500 years.
Yes.
After Noah, it's about 100 years.
And
So,
what's
did the
interesting
rain
though,
do something to the atmosphere to now make it to where we die? I mean, it was neat to listen to the whole sermon to get the whole context. But I'm
well,
like,
what's
that is
fascinating to me
wild.
is if we, so you, because my daughter recently was asking this question about, she's like, wait, they lived that long? I'm like, yes, if you go through, you can actually, like, they lived hundreds of years.
Hmm.
I go, but what's weird is now we go into modern history, right? Everything, that AD, and how long are people living? They're 30 years, 40 years. But now as we get into our time, I find it weird that it's not uncommon that people are starting to live much longer.
Oh yeah, and that's the
It's almost like
modern
we're going
medicine
back
thing.
to
But
where it's supposed to be.
like I said, it's always interesting to read. Like I said, when I heard that about Noah, I actually had to go in and read for myself chapter 6 in Genesis, and it's eye-opening. And when I heard about the Euphrates, I went in and went, really would love to know where that could be. But then
It,
it really doesn't matter because
no,
at some point in time, whenever that is, it will reemerge as the new Earth.
we've all got our date.
So I love geography. That's one of my big things. I love going in, and that's why I love the flight sim. It allows me to take a look at like Hawaii. I still want to see
Oh
Hawaii
yes.
on top of that, but that's just never been
Oh
in the
no,
cards.
it's absolutely, and it's one of those things though that the we live in a time where the ability to have the graphics and the visuals of all of this stuff that we're doing right now
Oh
to
yeah.
be as real as it is, that's just really impressive.
I mean, with Google, or when you go and use Google Earth, that's not Maps. When you go Google something, that's an actual standalone program. Actually,
Hmm.
I think you can Google Earth, and there's a version of it there, but not 100%. You can actually go 3D in a lot of areas. It is
Yep.
phenomenal. It may not look, but it is amazing. And yeah, it's just, and then of course with the program Google Earth, you can actually go back into like Dayton, Ohio. I went back into the 80s and saw Emery Worldwide starting up there, an air
That's
cargo company.
that's funny.
And then I would be delivering freight to that in the mid 90s, driving on the ramp. I mean, that's today. What? You drove on a ramp with a truck? Yeah. And not just me, 100 of us.
That's
And we parked right
boy, how
next to the
times have
planes
changed.
in Des Moines, where my route went. I parked right next to the planes sometimes, and they'd take a can off, kick it off to the side, take one or two off me to put on the plane, then put that can on me. It was fun. I was
That's
right next to the plane.
man, that is fun.
What a hard life I have. It was actually hard because then I had a 8 hour drive. So
Which is very difficult. But
at
man,
midnight, yeah.
Mike. Oh yeah, absolutely, Mike. Pleasure for the chat and the talk of so many different subjects.
Oh yeah.
I will write you offline and whatnot. I'm
You
gonna
got
jump
our
off here.
Twitch, right?
So, absolutely.
I mean, not our
Join me for a
Twitch,
little
our
while.
Discord.
I don't think so. No.
I'll put it in my chat,
Okay.
and that way it's there, and you're more than welcome to come in. And I come up on there a lot just talking on Discord. Matter of fact, we are on voice in Discord.
Oh, cool.
Duluth is in
That's
there,
awesome.
but I don't think he's back from his lunch outing yet.
Huh.
That's cool that he's gets to go out for lunch. He's still flying as we speak.
Oh, interesting.
Oh yeah, I do that a lot too. Put it on auto and just don't be on VATSIM, folks, when you do that. They
Well,
get very
I'm on
mad when they
VATSIM
try to
right
reach out and
now,
you
but
don't
there's
answer.
no air traffic controllers like over the Pacific Ocean currently. So
Yeah, he's cool if we did. Matter of fact, LA isn't on. Where am I? There I am. Currently nobody in Los Angeles.
I
We'll
have
take it.
no idea.
If we can sneak in, we'll take it.
Let's see. Where does
Abdullah
that say?
Omar, welcome in. Hello. Oh, that's over on the Duluth's channel.
Oh, I see. Oh, wow. You are way over there.
Oh, yeah, I'm about halfway.
I am still. Wow, I'm far.
I was going to tease Duluth and fly an F-14, but I'm not
Oh,
certain where the
yeah.
carriers are positioned. If I could land, refuel, get back up, land.
Yeah, that's. Well, I think in X Plane, they randomly travel with you. So on VATSIM,
They
it's
might.
weird. You know what? That's interesting. Let me check. 'Cause on my map right now, I have a carrier that is still randomly following me.
That could, just so you could bail on them. That would make sense. I see Jarhead's mad about something. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
What, Jarhead? What? I don't see anything in the chat to make you extremely mad. What's up, sir? I do see an LOL at the end of it.
Well, that's a good thing. Yeah, no, there's random aircraft carriers that are, but I'm in an F-16. Well, I'm in the Navy F-16.
Oh. He's saying VATSIM gets mad when we don't respond. Yeah, they do.
Yes, I've gotten in trouble. Like when I first started flying on VATSIM, I got chewed out like no other by some observer person, and I felt really small.
Oh no, I put them back in their place. Yeah, I just woke up. What can I do for you?
Yeah,
You just took
yeah,
off
they're
5 minutes
serious
ago.
about it. They're like, you are going 270 knots. I'm like, bro, this plane doesn't want to go slower than it already is. It doesn't want to function.
Well, there are a couple virtual special operation groups in VATSIM. If you like flying the F-16, you might want to get into, so that way you can fly the MOAs and have fun in them.
I definitely thought about it, but
Because I'm going to be flying for Sim Air Force here soon. I've got to get a flight in for them.
oh, really?
That's who I was
Where are you
flying
gonna
for
fly?
with the tanker.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I've been with
What?
them better part of 15 years, maybe longer. Yeah, 15 years I think might be about right. 10, 15 years.
Huh. So the flight
So,
sim world is a lot bigger than I thought.
VATSIM especially, because you have to be on VATSIM with them flying all the sorties. Now, I haven't been around the management side for a long time. They may actually also do DCS, but the problem is what they do on DCS will not count on the VATSIM world because you can't fly VATSIM on DCS.
True.
So, but yeah, that is an option, and I know our group we actually have at least two that I know of, maybe three real world or were real world fighter pilots. One, a
Oh, that's
real
cool.
cargo pilot. And matter of fact, I still joke about it. Uh, he was a Vietnam F4 pilot, and I pulled a maneuver on him he never had ever seen, and thought that was so cool. I did a Maverick on him. I hit the brakes in a C-130
hit,
and
hit the brakes on
slowed
it.
to
Fire up.
90 knots. Well, of course, an F4 is.
The
if
F4 had one setting, and it was just go fast.
Oh yeah, all I needed was an
That
aim
was
9, and
it.
he was dead.
Yeah, that the F4 is very. I wish we still had that in our military.
The
Actually,
F-15's pretty close to it.
oh, the F-15 is just a
That
flying
is
rocket.
that is the plane. I've just never got really into the F-16s. A-10s and
The
F-15s are
F-16's
my
purpose
favorites.
mine will always be the F-14 Tomcat, but the F-15, the F-16, having worked with those and dropped munitions from both of those aircrafts in real life are amazing.
And the
Harriers
other one for
absolutely
me
love.
is the B-1.
I have a freeware version of the B-1 actually here on X-Plane that I
Oh,
forgot
there
to
is
mention.
one.
There is one.
I will look it up.
I'll send you a link to it here in a little bit.
Okay.
The cockpit is nothing to be desired. It has
Ah.
some weird quirks about it, but it flies really well, and the outside modeling of the air is phenomenal.
Well, have you heard how they train and qualify a B-1 driver?
No.
They go up to 25,000 feet and go on their standard flight. When the guy in the back says, "We've been painted," if they do not do this, they're washed out, or they have a couple of attempts. They have to then nose the aircraft straight down, punch the throttles full forward, turn on terrain following radar, and let go.
Oh.
They cannot touch the stick. Unless something, emergent happens, they are not allowed. They have to be able to trust the plane when it gets down to whatever level they set and turns and burns in the canyons.
It's very low. I do know that.
And it is awesome to look at, but I could imagine not being able to touch. Oh,
That's especially
they
when
showed it in a documentary, and I'm just like, oh my God, I don't know if I could do that. But I'd sure love to watch it.
I don't. Yeah, I have no idea.
But yeah, straight down, full throttle, turn on terrain following radar.
No, that'd be scary.
And
There's a misconception where people think that pilots have the greatest, especially like attack pilots or fighter pilots, where oh, you have the coolest job, you get to do all these. No, their life is actually very boring. They just sit around in an airplane and literally get told what to do all the time. It's
like firefighting, folks. We sit around the firehouse for hours on end for that 1 minute to 1 hour bursts, and then we're back. That's fighter piloting. They get the cruise along, and then your target's here, boom, they go to work, then they come back up and work their way back.
Yeah, they have a lot of fun when there's an actual target that they
Yeah.
get to go after. We had one last story, I'll never forget it. It was hilarious. We had a situation where we were troops in contact. We had an AV-8B Harrier working with us, and we have the target, and I'm getting him ready for an attack, and he goes, I'm Resolute 01's bingo at this time. I'm like, damn it! And I'm like, dude, how low can you go? He's like, I'm cleared from here to the ground. I'm like, I need you as low as humanly possible from south to north to dispense all flares. And I watched him, it was like you could tell he was super excited, because this plane just goes completely inverted, which is just uncommon for a Harrier to want to do just in general. And he's upside down forever, and then nosedives the thing to the ground and levels off 5 miles from us. And it's just hauling like no other, as fast as humanly possible, and then you still can't hear him, which is funny. And then he goes flying on by, and all these flares come out, and the enemy just disperses like no other, and you see it's like a bunch of cockroaches just running everywhere, and then you hear him as you've already seen him go flying by. And I'm like, that's just a bad day for everybody on the other end of it.
Oh yeah. Well, we have a funny story here with this getting ahead of the sound. When my daughters were young, we used to go up to the Scott Air Force Base Air Show all the time. The Thunder Chickens were in that year. And, okay, the noise of the takeoff scared them, and that we got them settled down from that. Well, if you're not familiar with the Thunderbirds show, at some point they're going to bring the solos through ahead, just a little ahead of their sound. Now, they're not busting the barrier, but they're doing about 500-600 knots. And so they're out ahead. So you're going to see this little white dot zoom right by you, and the sound right behind it. And you're like, holy crap. Oh, yeah, my daughters just all lost it.
It's every time I've seen that, I'm just like, I really feel bad for just everybody else on the opposite, because they just will never know what's coming.
Oh, yeah. And it's already hit. That's the bad thing. And then the sound tells them, oh, God, we're dead.
Unless it's the Warthog, then that's a different story, because that thing's just slow as humanly possible, but it doesn't matter because
it's just going to obliterate you.
So it's a bad day. I love that thing.
That is an airplane that I am so amazed at.
They need to keep that thing going as long as humanly possible.
They keep trying to scrap it. They put it up against the F-35 in trainings, where who could take out the most targets? Guess what? The A-10 won again.
A-10, yeah.
Folks, it can loiter for so long.
Yeah, the F-35 may be the smartest plane ever. Case in point, the fact that it had a Marine Corps pilot eject, and the plane kept going without him for like 60 miles. That's a strange one where the pilot had.
Oh yeah.
It's the weirdest 911 call I've ever heard.
Yeah, where are you located? Yeah. Well, I'm on my seat, falling with a parachute above me.
He had landed in someone's backyard. Called 911. Like, he had the homeowner call 911. First off, it's weird because the homeowner's like, wait, what just happened here? And then the pilot had to like help out the homeowner. He's like, ma'am, you need to get the ambulance here right away. There's no injuries, but like, police need to come, everything. I'm the pilot of this plane. I don't know where my plane is. And it's like, those things don't, like, if the pilot ejects, you're like, hey, the plane went down. Like,
we hope it went down.
There's nowhere, like, the plane kept going without him. So that's, like, how do you call base? Like, call your commanding officer and be like, sir, the plane's missing.
Well, 911 would be difficult enough. Yeah, the plane kept going.
Yeah, and it took, I think, if I remember correctly, it was like a good 2 or 3 days before the plane was actually located.
Jeez.
60 miles from where the pilot ejected.
Well, see, that's one thing I have questioned. We've had some interesting things at the airport where I've been at, that why don't we do this with fighters? When those pilots leave the plane, why are we not chopping fuel? Usually they're going to get it away from a populated area. And as soon as they're gone, it doesn't matter. It's going to go wherever it's pointed. Yes. Why don't we chop fuel? You know, start.
That's a good question.
That way the plane doesn't go very much further away. But, you know, I know people above me will say, oh, it's because of this and that and this and that. And I'm like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, in my experience, at least, there's been a couple incidences when I was still in the Marine Corps, where down in Miramar, there was an F-18 pilot that had ditched it. There's an open field just south of Miramar, and then next to that open field, it's just all houses. And so thankfully, on this incident, the pilot was able to ditch the plane in that field. And he held on dangerously, like way too long. The fact that he even got out in time is kind of a miracle in itself. But sadly, there was another incident where the pilot tried to hold on to, and his plane was just dead as dead could be. And he's still trying to get this thing away from all these houses. And by the time he bails out, the plane unfortunately goes down into 2 homes. But it's like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, why not? So, but it's above our pay grade. So.
Oh yeah, way above.
On
And
that note, time to go check on everybody and make sure they're not. Oh, actually, it's very quiet here. It's kind of odd. It's usually loud here. So, who knows? But Mike, I appreciate it. To everyone watching on your channel.
I will definitely get over there and get a follow in. That's for sure.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna, as someone once told me, I'm going to. Well, it is set and forget. Well,
There you go.
memory. So, I'll talk to you shortly, and everyone, you guys all have a wonderful day.
Nice talking to you there. Nice talking.
Absolutely. And now, wait, how do I end this thing?
Should be a red button,
What
or
am I
I'm
at
gonna.
in my browser. I don't know which browser. Oh wait, there we are.
There'll be one. Mine has a red circle on it.
Oh, there it is. That.
And then there's a leave stream down at the bottom.
There we go. All right. Well, I'll see you all later. Have
All
a good
right.
day.
See ya.
Take it.
All right, folks, we're back with you. Sorry, I had to use the restroom and a couple little chores came up I had to finish. All right, we'll get some music rolling here a little bit, try and help us along. As soon as I reset that volume. All right, there we go. We'll just kind of roll on from here, folks. 2.5 hours to go. All important fuel tanks. 6,300. We're flowing 1,600-ish. Plenty of fuel.
And that's a long time.
Yeah, it is. Welcome. Oh. How'd I get off my channel? There we go. So, where are you hiding at? Where's your F-14 at?
Yeah.
Cessna's in the air.
It's actually cool having the same time that the popular airplane first took its flight.
Do what now?
I said it's cool sharing the same birth date that the F-14 Tomcat had its first flight.
That would be Mr. Duluth Fly's birthday today.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir. I am back in April, so.
Yeah, I'm in December.
Oh, that was a really fun conversation there with Airborne radar. I can't find him out there. Try something else. I want to get in there and follow his channel. There we go. That'll help me in finding his channel. Oops, 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 oops.
So did you guys leave about the same time?
Pretty close. Pretty close, yeah, he could technically cross. Oh, he just jettisoned the fuel tanks.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to see the northern lights in X-Wing 12.
That I miss, and then the last time I actually saw us was in a Century of Flight. I think FSX had dropped it too. But yeah, it would be cool to see them.
No, you could see them in 2020.
Oh, you can?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that one. Don't want to. And but yeah, it would be cool. Like I said, it's been since 2000. I don't think FSX we could see them in, but maybe we could. Um, I just don't remember them. But 2020 or 2004, A Century of Flight, I do remember them. All right, we're at 45,000 feet now, folks. And cruising along, getting a little slow. Hang on, let me goose it a little bit here. Get it back up to 0.86. Even though this aircraft usually will cruise along at 0.90. But I haven't seen any profiles out there that I could use in SimBrief to bring it up to that. Like I said, it's capable of supersonic flight. With a light airframe like that and two big engines like that on the tail, yeah, easily should be able to go supersonic. But it's not certified to, so you can't technically. Oh, for a second there, I didn't think we were kicking out a contrail. I'm like, oh, 45,000 feet's too high for contrails now? Oh, I didn't know they didn't have gear covers. I would love for someone with the talent like Zebo to come along and take this plane, and wouldn't take much, I don't think, to make it better. I just don't know how to do it. What kind of programming would be needed?
Probably this plane maker, wouldn't it? That's already included in the next plane.
Yeah, but like bring in the INS into the plane, which the actual plane does have, just like you do in Zebo and others. It actually does. It's on the center console instead of above you. Or at least the version I saw on YouTube Real World Citation 10 action.
That I don't know.
So, yeah, how you bring that kind of a system in, making it work with the FMS and all of that.
Unless it's the one that you pay for has it built into it already.
Yeah, that's what I would try not to do. I'd like to keep it like Zebo free. Couple of other little things like over here. A lot of the owners of these aircraft or crews, I don't know how you would describe it. It's either, I think it's this compartment is where the battery is. They actually disconnect it when they're not using it, which makes sense. Why drain your battery? They're not cheap, folks. So yeah, they'll disconnect the batteries and stuff like that. So little things like that. It was neat to watch the walk around and everything else. But we're like 2 hours out, and I don't know if LA Center has come up yet. Not yet. And United 74 sits off our left wing, out of sight. He's headed to San Francisco. Out there in the distance. Actually, he would be below the aircraft. He took off at about the same time we did. At about the same time, as a matter of fact, we were having so many autopilot issues, getting reacclimated with how to make it work. But we overcame, and we're on our way. That is the first time I've seen that, folks. The beacon is right here under the tail. Thought there was one. I wonder if that's options. There's one on top of the tail, but I thought there was one somewhere on the fuselage.
So you guys started in Hawaii first?
Hawaii, and we're headed for Los Angeles. Now, Duluth is not online. Smart man, they might have checked up on him. I am online with my tail number. November 99 Tango Tango. Let's kind of get an idea what we have waiting for us.
Probably a bunch of thunderstorms.
Well, let's see. Variable winds. Technically could try the 7s. We'll have to see what the ATIS reads. Wow. Scattered at 2300, broken 3300, broken 4700. Maritime fog, maritime cloudiness must be in the area. So 9-mile visibility. Wow. Pretty cool. See what this approach is going to look like.
Wish they had more default airlines in X-Plane 12.
More what?
Like default airline planes.
Oh, more airliners?
Yeah.
You know, they have default the A330, 737. Problem is I have so many add-ons, I don't know. Is that the only two they have?
And I think maybe the ND82.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
I don't know if the
Come thousand
MD80.
around.
I don't know if that one came over or not.
The ND82.
No, the MD80 did not come over. Just the A330 and the 737 are the only ones. Wait a minute, unless there's more. Hang on.
I thought the MD82 was default in X-Plane.
It is, but I think it's X-Plane 11.
Okay.
But again, don't quote me on this. I'm looking for the full list here because some of these... Oh yeah, it says the MD-80 is on it.
On 12?
Yeah. I'm over at the X-Plane site itself. Well, I think. No, Flight Fandom. I'm getting off this site. That just says, come hack me. All right, so lined up here, we got 2 hours to fly, folks. And ought to be a fun arrival. Planning, just for those curious. All
I
right.
can't get X from the start.
Well, it should, unless you've done it already, update to release 2. Unless you don't
Yeah,
have
I
it
did
set up
that
for beta.
yesterday.
Oh, you did that yesterday?
Yeah.
All right. All right, so I'm planning the Rider 2 arrival off SNAXX. Let's see how that looks on my end. And that is really for 2.5s. But it doesn't say that. All right, the current real world ATIS, folks. Now, granted, we're still hour and 50 minutes out. Instrument approaches and RNAVs to 24 right, 25 left. Visuals can be provided. So yeah, they're still landing. What is that? West stops for them. So we'll keep things planned the way they are. Well, actually, I still got to put the ILS in. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to fly an ILS.
I'm back.
Oops, back with you. Sorry about that abrupt disappearance. The 5-month-old paid a visit to the flight deck again. All right, I am going to start working on our arrival star. Okay, so we've got it plugged in now. If you weren't watching, folks, here's how you do this. Okay, go to nav. First, set up your, well, hang on, what did I do? Arrival. Okay, so there's ours, SNAXX Rider 2. And now I'm going to try something here. There we go. All right, so you can see what we're planning. Okay, we're planning to, well, hang on, you don't see this. Me center up on the plane, bring in charts. All right, so we're planning the SNAXX or SNAXX, however you want to say it. Actually, the Rider 2 off SNAXX. So we got to pass Serco at 21 to 19,000, Hull at 280, 20 to 17,000, Gonzo 14 to 1300, Rider at 11,000. So that's what I will plug in first. Hang on, let me see my speed. Don't want to be going too fast, and we are, so let me back off the power just a bit. Okay. So 41 minus 11, 30. 90 miles out. We'll call it 100 miles from Rider. Okay. 100 miles from Rider is, well, we see 14.8. So we'll minus 15, minus 35, minus 12 here. We'll call it 13, minus 32. That didn't work. So about 5 miles from SNAXX, we'll begin our descent. We should, in that 33 miles, end up between 21 and 19,000. And as we continue in, we should make it so that we'll hit Rider here at 250. And then we fly the rest of this in. Now at Gato, we'll be at 6,000, actually Dare, or Dajer, 210, and Gato will just continue on. What's the track? 071. And then at Gate, we'll turn in and head for the ILS 25 left. Per Duluth's pre-positioning or pre-whatever, we should head for signature. I have no idea where they are on the airfield. I don't fly GA in there. So I usually either hit cargo or the jet bridges. All right. Hang on, let's see how we're doing here on speeds. We're still a little fast, so I'm going to pull a little more power off. Trying to keep the plane right at about 8.6 on the Mach. That's what SimBrief planned us at, so I'm flying it, especially since we're sort of long haul today. All right, and then from there, we're going to fly the ILS from Gates. Now the ILS, for those of you in training, I know y'all love looking at these. Here's your briefing strip. That's this little chunk of information. It's usually either at the top or like this, depending how your approaches are. Okay, your D-ATIS, that means there is actually a digital ATIS out there, folks, you can pull off the computer. Or NavGraph charts. So that's what we've done. And that's how we're planning things. So SoCal approach, Los Angeles Tower, ground, helicopter, if you're flying such. Los Angeles ILAX is our localizer for 25 left, 109.9. Final approach course 251, Gidgee, which is 7.5 miles out, 1,900 feet, MSL 1,796 above the ground. For our arrival, our decision altitude will be 200 feet above the ground. Okay, just telling you that right now. We're not setting it up for Barrow. Missed approach out to the SMO VOR, which is Santa Monica. In order to get there, we're going to climb to 2000, cross SMO VOR 160, pretty much like departure, turn left 236, and then we're going to fly Catley is our missed approach, and hold over Catalina. So pretty simple. Then down here is our vertical, at or above 5,000 by gate, down to 3,600. Hopefully we'll be on the ILS by then. Kinda sorta, will be kinda sorta flying it. And from Gidgee to the missed approach point, our speed, I really don't know right now, but I'm gonna guess right at about 2.5 minutes. I'm guessing right about here it's 700 feet a minute on our descent without a glide slope. All right. So weather again in the Los Angeles basin, winds are now 260 at 10. So definitely west stop. Scattered at 2,800, broken at 4,400. That's our ceiling, which is way above minimums. And so there you have it, folks. Pretty simple, straightforward day into Los Angeles. As we're about to come over Gittel. All right, clear as mud, right, folks? All right, now the next thing, with us being still so far out and still some fuel to burn down, we're going to hold off getting our arrival information. But here's landing. Uh-oh. Why can't we get our landing numbers? There we go. Just so you can see, right now we're planning 125, 130 down the approach. 120 for touchdown. We'll see. And I want to say, folks, thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. It has been a true pleasure. This 4.5, 5 hours we've been with you. Duluth Fly is at lunch. Hopefully he'll return in time to land his plane, wherever that may be. For all we know, by the time he gets back, he may be over St. Louis. Actually, the trajectory would probably put him more like New Orleans. No, just kidding.
Man, I can't even fire up X-Plane.
You can't fire up X-Plane?
No, like I'm trying to reinstall it, but like redo the X-Plane thing, see if there's any files missing or anything.
Huh. That is way above my working knowledge of X-Plane. I think I would just completely uninstall and reinstall, but that's on mine, that's a lot of work because there's a lot of plugins, a lot of aircraft that have to come back in. Ugh, yuck. Yeah, mine fired up pretty good. I was very thankful.
Mine was working great yesterday.
Has there been any talk of an air show coming back to Dayton anytime soon?
I think it had already happened.
Ah, that means 2 years then.
I
Yeah,
think the Thunderbirds were the white, blue, and red planes. Those are the
that would be the
Thunderbirds,
Thunder
right?
Chickens. Yeah, Thunderbirds.
Yeah, I think they were here last time.
Yeah, I miss that air show, and I'm sure it's nothing like its grandeur of the 80s and 90s, um, where it was like almost a week long. The weekdays were like well, a lot of buying and selling was done then, militarily. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday was just a phenomenal air show.
Yeah, it's still like a weekend thing. It's Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Yeah, but what the trade show, that's what I was thinking. The first few days of the week, Monday through Friday, was where it was really cool. Inside were all these tents. Boeing had one, Northrop Grumman, all of them there like you saw in those movies like Deal of the Century, arms dealers, trying to sell their products, for the respective big government contractors. And it was always neat to see, because then on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you could walk through, and what wasn't classified, you could see what's coming or what's out there, and it was really neat. Air shows are neat too, but that part was kind of cool to me. But I think that's kind of gone by the wayside everywhere, except maybe like Farnborough and Paris. Because back in the 80s and 90s, if you didn't know, that was the #2 air show in the world.
What, in Dayton?
Yeah. Dayton was like #2. Now, the only reason not every year, because they had to flip-flop with Farnborough over in the UK, and that would become the second one. But yeah, it was just amazing what Dayton put on. Let alone the fact you had Piedmont and US Air over at the terminal. Emory, well, they weren't a factor because they were more nighttime. But, and then I flew out of an FBO right there where the airplanes parked. So that's how I got to see what went on during the week. I'd go out and fly an airplane. So, good old days there in Dayton. Get the old skipper out for Beechcraft or maybe a Sundowner. And then back in the 80s and 90s, it was not uncommon for both the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels to be there. And then the one year, they had the Canadian Snowbirds with them too. That's how I learned the Blue Angels are better than the Thunder Chickens.
We'll do the Thunderbirds flying formations too.
Oh yeah, but they will tell you up front every pilot in the Air Force can fly the maneuvers they do. The only thing different is they bring them in tighter. Now, the Blue Angels, that is not so. And they fly such a precise formation. You don't really see a lot of jockeying for, to stay on position. It's literally airplanes painted on the sky going by you. It's just a whole different mindset in the Navy that they've come up for with the Blue Angels than what the Air Force does. Because the Air Force is so safety conscious. So they're not going to let them do some of the stuff the Blue Angels will do. So, but again, they're good, don't get me wrong. Now, if you want to watch a snazzy ground show getting into the planes with the precision, the Thunderbirds do a pretty good job at that. The Blue Angels, they're okay. I mean, they're not as crisp and precise, military, demeanor-wise. But I'm there for the flight. I could care less how they get in. They could just walk out to their plane and jump in it. I don't care about that. I want to see what they do in the sky.
I want to be in one day. But that won't happen.
Never know.
Yeah, if I became a millionaire, maybe.
Not necessarily. There are ways. I don't know them, but I know there's ways. For one of the Blue Angel shows that came to Scott back in the 80s, they actually used in the firehouse our training room to brief and debrief. And we saw Walter Payton. Now, granted, yes, rich, very famous, and a few others, but we also saw people we had no idea who they were. But it was just amazing to watch, and I'm sure the Thunderbirds aren't very far off this. Them do their briefs. It's like they were sitting in their seats, flying their show from the seat in our training room, not the plane, but how they would do it. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty neat. We were not allowed to hit those PAs from where I was at in the dispatch area unless we had an emergency. So, because of that's what they're doing. Boy, was that cool, though. Very, very cool. That was just at the beginning of the F-18 tours when they started up. Because prior to that, they had the A4s.
So apparently I had to run the shortcut in administration mode.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
It's working fine now.
Because if you start up on Smart Cars 3 that way, it wouldn't take you on A cars. Interesting. That, well, maybe now that you've run it, maybe it'll work afterwards. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it does.
Where you don't have to come up administrator.
Nah, well, here, let me get out of there.
I wouldn't. If you want to fly, go fly.
Yeah, it comes up. I didn't have to hit administration mode again.
So, wow. Well, there's some VAs you wouldn't be able to fly for, virtual airlines, but other than that, if you just go up to have fun, that's all that matters sometimes.
Hey, there's Austin's email.
Uh-oh. Austin sent you an email?
No, I said, like, when you first fire up X-Plane, Austin has his email down there on the right.
Really?
Yeah,
I never noticed that.
Violations and all that.
I never noticed that. I think you have a secret handshake with secret squirrel work between you and Austin.
I think you pretty much have the same X-Plane as I do.
Well, I know. You're in Dayton, so you may actually have that little secret access, the birthplace of flight, that might be. Austin wants that behind the scenes stuff so he can start working on it in X-Plane. And we see how you are there.
I mean, this might technically be like, because it's maybe documented first of the birth of aviation,
That's about it.
but I don't think it's the actual birth of aviation.
It's the birthplace because Wilbur and Orville were born there. All of the flight tests. Now, some of the bike shop that they did there on 3rd Street, is it? I think. Anyway, that went into the first airplane. But I think most of it was actually up in Michigan at that plant that, or whatever they called it. And then they took it all to Kitty Hawk where they do the flying. But yeah, that's... Go ahead.
Didn't they actually like do like the first flight in like North Carolina or something?
Yeah, they took it all down to Kitty Hawk.
North Carolina. That's in Kitty Hawk?
Yeah. And like I said, they were born and raised in Dayton. The bike shop was in Dayton. Like I said, I think it's 3rd Street it's on, if I remember right. I know that's a major artery for the city, or it was back in the 80s and 90s. On the west end of whatever, is that the Scioto that comes? No, Little Miami that comes through. Or is it the Miami? Whatever the heck the river is there. I'm going on 30 plus 35, 40 years of memory here. I know Good Samaritan Hospital used to be up on 3rd. I think it's gone now. And it was miles south of it.
I'm pretty sure there's still a Good Samaritan Hospital.
Oh, it is?
Here, somehow. Yeah.
Someone told me they had shut it down. But I don't live there. I haven't been back there, nor have I really. The few times I have, I really didn't wander much from the Air Force Museum or the Air Force Museum or the Air Force Museum. Now, actually, I took the wife. One time we were out there to Myers. That's something they keep talking about here, coming. But has yet to come.
Myers?
Myers, yep.
I thought that was like everywhere in the United States.
Nope. When I worked for Victory Express, it was a trucking company right there where 675 meets I-70. Off there to the north, right off of it. We had Emory Worldwide. We had guys like me driving for them. We had dedicated drivers for the Myers up in Troy and something else. Anyway, we were driving out of there, and they kept talking, keeping me in the loop, because Springfield was supposed to open up a distribution center, Illinois, and take care of here. Never happened. Or if it did, they never came down to St. Louis.
Yeah, I think there's a distributor in like Troy.
I just know it's big, and
yeah, it is.
I hauled so much in between freight from there to local stores. We also went out to Champaign. That was one of our farthest runs. And then would run up to Chicago and bring stuff back to the distribution center, and then you know how that goes.
Here's the NV82. Yeah, this is a default plane because it says laminar research on it.
I've got so many payware in there, it's hard to tell now what's the one I want to see is that helicopter he keeps showing that has the 2 booms and the rotors in the back. I can't figure out if that's actually in there or not. I don't even know what it is to look it up.
Are you talking about the AUDIA 250?
What's it? How do you spell it?
ALIA 250.
Let's see if that's it.
It's got like 5 engines.
That's it.
Yeah, it's in there.
It is? Okay. ALIA 250. I want to look that up.
It's on the very, very bottom.
I want to see how hard this is to fly, because it looks hard.
I imagine it's pretty freaking.
Because you got vertical takeoff and landing, which, forget it, I can't ever do. And plus the engine in the back. But yeah, we're supposedly getting a Myers that looks like they're clearing out a spot we thought they might be going to. It doesn't look as big as what we saw in Beaver Creek. But I told her, like when we had a house built, maybe it's one of those you got to wait for the walls. You know how houses, if you don't know this, folks, when they put your foundation down, it looks a lot smaller than what you, like if you bought a 2,000 square foot home, the foundation or the, anyway, that just does not look like your home till you start seeing walls, and then you go, oh, it is big enough. You'll actually swear it's too small.
Yeah, we had a neighbor like right beside us. Like anyway, it's pretty dark. I don't want to go into a lot of details, but pretty much he burned his house down.
Ugh.
With him in it, and then shot himself. Anyway, it took like 3 or 4 years because of the bank and all that, and the families to work out a situation of building a house, and finally someone bought the property, and now it looks like a Bass Pro Shop. So I'm literally okay with that.
Oh, man. Well, I'll tell you another one. You want to talk about when you see without the building or walls or anything, go to New York City to the memory pools. Those pools, folks, are the footprint of the World Trade Center. It's not, you're not going to, see anything. They're just pools, but they are in the exact spot that building would have been in the sides of each of it. And you'll swear to God, there is no way you could have built a 110-story building from that size. Yet, that's where the World Trade Center was. That's because it didn't have the walls or any of the concrete to give it perspective.
I couldn't imagine the people that built that place being up on them high beams and all that.
Oh, I know. The sad thing is, I was alive. I actually was here when they built that. Oh, cut it out, X-Plane. Or graphic card or whatever causes that. Click. Alright, speaking of which, where are we hiding in the sky? Alright, we're on our way to Gallup, AUDIA, and then SNAXX. So we're getting there, folks. About 2/3 of the way to Los Angeles. I really cannot believe I would come in. Right now, there's a tower.
Yeah, I actually added those towers in X-Plane 12.
Oh, you added the World Trades?
Yeah.
I haven't done that. I just kept it the Freedom Tower right now. Which is how I think I'd like to keep it. I remember, though, A Century of Flight had come out just before the World Trade... No, just after the World Trade Centers. And a century of flight, folks. They took out bridges, built a lot of the high-rise buildings, all of that, because flight sim was getting such a black eye from where the terrorists trained on, until it was really realized it didn't matter if you trained on Microsoft or a real sim. It was the fact they flew is how they knew. The problem is they just didn't know the dynamics of jetliners versus props. And then they finally brought an update that got us all of the buildings and bridges back. It wasn't just New York. They took them out of a lot of places. In respect, as they called it, to the World Trade Center incident. Yep, here comes all the cloudiness.
You can record.
Oh, by the way, did you see the new videos Austin put out yesterday?
I did not.
Put one out on using the what do they call it? Replay mode to replay real flights, and how the engine physics work. Jet engine physics.
Did you post that on your Discord?
Not yet. I can.
I'm safe. Then it been a lot harder for me to find.
Jet engine thrust model.
You go and post it under
Screenshots.
screenshots.
Here comes one.
I wonder if do you actually watch these videos that he does?
Do I?
Yeah, like.
Yeah, I do. I haven't watched these yet.
Do you ever notice like the comics in the background? I wonder if he actually writes those. Like they're like framed like they're framed up on a wall, the comics. And then there's like a picture of him in there.
Y'all ready?
Never let go. Never let go.
Never let go. Let go. Life's been hard on you boys since the world ended.
Let's see what came through.
And that sun's so much bigger now.
Brown over blue. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy. And a first time chat from Brown over Blue. Welcome in. Hello, sir. Hello. Hope you're having a great Friday Eve. All right, we're looking at about an hour into Los Angeles and the conclusion of this flight. I'm not sure if we'll be able to put another one in. This has actually been a very fun flight. We had great conversation. Now I forgot his name again. Doggone it, I hate when I do that. Really hope when you reach 60 memory works a little better. Airborne radar, try that again. Airborne radio actual. Great conversation with him as we got up into cruise. And now Brown over Blue shampoo with a big gift sub out there to 10 people. Just been a great stream, and we still got time to even make it better. Love it, folks. It's just been awesome. We even had Hawker 125 join the stream early on. This is his kind of flying. But unfortunately, you know, like many, work takes him away. So, welcome aboard. We've got about 1 hour to go. The game plan is the Rider 2 arrival SNAXX. I'll call it SNAXX. Transition to 2-5 left. Now, I know it said 2-4 left. We're going to go to 2-5. So 2-5 left. They said 2-4 right. We're going to do the other side. Awesome. Yeah, you're updating to 12.1.2. Folks, if you did take 12.1.2 release 1, they have another release out, number 2, cures all of the well, let me say this, knock on wood, cures all of the crashed desktops we were experiencing off the other. To be totally honest, I have no idea. We experienced them twice yesterday, but this new release seems to have fixed it. And we have been streaming now 4.5 hours. So that kind of tells you. So, and it was 45 minutes to an hour each time. Doink, crashed to desktop. So I couldn't even begin to tell you each time in a different phase of flight. Taxi the first time, departure climb the second time. So make sure you have release 2, or if you haven't checked the beta box, you probably don't have anything to worry about. But you miss out on the great Caribbean stuff. Which, you know what? I need to fly on that again. Speaking of which, oh, now we got too slow. Again, trying to keep it pretty close. The default Citation 10, folks, is what we're flying, and they do have a VNAV, but for the, I haven't tried it, and I'd rather do it off stream in tests before doing it on stream. Gets a little nerve-wracking when things aren't going as you planned. So, so you're kind of the VNAV person, but that's, pretty cool. The other funny thing about this flight, when we started it, you have to go in, use the X-plane weight and balance thing. It says we only have 3.5 hours of fuel. That's how long we should be able to cruise, normal cruise. The flight's 4.5 hours. And wait a minute, we've been in the air probably 3 hours, and we still got 4,100 pounds of fuel. Getting a little nail biter, but I think we should be okay. We only have an hour to go, and we're burning about 1,600 pounds per hour. And within the next 30 or so minutes, we should start our descent, which will then also lower fuel consumption. So, theory is. I'm expecting it not to be a very good glider if that comes into play. And while we're still out over the ocean, I'm going to take a quick break here so I can get ready for the arrival. We're about 57 or so minutes out. Hang on a second, folks. We'll get a nice view of the aircraft, and we'll be right back. Brown over blue? No, that's actually downloaded from X-Plane. I just did a Google search. X-Plane 12, Citation 10 liveries, and granted there aren't many, but that one came up. The ones that come with X-Plane are pretty good, folks. All right, we're 45 minutes out roughly from Los Angeles, and we'll begin our approach here shortly. Game plan is approximately, hang on a second, let me get my chart here. About 5 to 10 miles from SNAXX. We will start down, headed for 11,000, and then we'll go down to 6,000 from there, and then make the run on the approach. But it has been my pleasure. It has been so much fun today. It always is, folks, to fly on the sim. Be around such great friends, and hope you all enjoyed.
Hopefully it turns into a safe flight.
It should.
Going from Manchester to Berlin.
Berlin. Wow, what are we flying?
738.
Nice. Zibo or default?
Zibo.
Zibo. All right, so just kind of managing power right now to keep us at 0.86. Top of drop is coming. Where are we in reference to that? Okay, AUDIA. Once we cross AUDIA, we'll begin to see the top of descent. So we'll bring this one in again. Folks, this is default. There, as far as I know, no mods out there like Zibo or Spark 43 to actually Spark 43. I'm not even sure we have a 747 anymore in X-Plane 12. So
What's Spark 40?
he made a 747-400 mod. But the thing is, I think it is like Zibo, where you don't have to technically have the aircraft, the base, you know what I'm saying, to work on in the sim. And he has put together a phenomenal 747-400.
For
I need to up.
X-Plane 12?
I believe so. I have it loaded. I don't think I've taken it out yet, but I want to make sure I get the latest and greatest on it.
He says Sparky 43,
Yep.
like SPARKY.
I believe that's how he does it, yeah. He's also behind some ATC mod that's out there too.
Is that it? I posted it in screenshots.
In the chat, msparks747 Google search will get you there. According to Brown over Blue.
I was just making sure that was the right link.
Where were you? Discord?
Yeah, in your Discord and under screenshots.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I flew that thing. Oh my gosh, just about every flight or every other flight before the Fearless came out. Or the Fearless was out until I finally crossed over back to it. And boy, that was a great model. Like I said, I can only imagine in a year and a half, 2 years, what he's put into that.
So it says like X-Plane 11.50 version, but like if you go down a little bit more, it says what's new in version Sparky 744 X-Plane 12 10 20
Yeah,
24.
I'm not sure what you're going to need to bring it into 12. I think all you got to do is the late or whatever the latest base is for 12 and then the latest update. Kind of like how Zebo does it. Like right now we have to put in the base 02 or whatever or 00 and then we start adding the updates on top of that. Something
Okay.
like I think that's how it works. Like I said, it's been better part of a year and a half, 2 years since I've been on that plane. It is really well done. It's just I like the main Queen. I'm sorry, the 200 is just dynamite from Fearless. All right, folks, we are getting there. And we had Jarhead in here. Let me find my YouTube channel. There we go. I'm sorry, my Twitch channels. I don't think he's around anymore, but he wanted us to continue on war stories. I don't have many war stories, folks. I was a Cold War vet. I did not see any hot war stuff. Now, had I stayed in, my base, my actual firefighting shift deployed to, I mean, it was a real big hot spot, folks, temperature-wise, into, not Dubai, Arab of Emirates, where the worst they had to deal with was a potential Scud landing there. So, but still, it's, so I don't have any war stories other than just the limited firefighting stuff in the military. others of you out there, oh my God, the horrors of Desert Storm 1, 2, Kosovo, I mean, are there. And, well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm basically what's called now a forgotten vet. The Cold War vets, I know a few that actually came in 1976, got out because of the early retirement and separations before Desert Shield, and they don't get any credit. They're after Vietnam, before, like me, Desert Storm or Desert Shield. But granted, they got their retirement because of the early. But it's just kind of sad that it's like Korea. We kind of forgot those guys, and now we're starting to go, hey, you know what? There were a bunch of people. There was a almost what 10, 15-year run of a sitcom about the Korean War, and nobody thought to recognize those vets. So, to all of you out here who did serve, just served in the military, thank you. And for those of you that were in some places people can't even begin to fathom here in this country, thank you. Thank you for your time, your service. To your families, thank you. You know, folks, we forget about those. I was also a military brat, and they go through a lot too.
Especially moving from school to school. I mean, that's got to be hard on somebody that's young, making
Yep.
friends and stuff.
I'll give you my perspective as a military brat. Up until about middle school, it's not all that hard. Little kids can make friends real easy. But when you get into middle school, it gets a little harder, but they still do a pretty good job, or at least I did. Moving them in high school, to you guys and vets that are out there right now, I recommend find a way not. That sucks as a teenager, going through all of teenager stuff to start with, to then have to make new friends. And that, folks, in high school is not an easy chore. And that, if there is any way, don't do it. But I get it. You know, they can suck it up like I do. That's how it was with me. And not really. And but whatever, you know, it's all under the water, all gone through the bridges and all of time. But that was the hardest one, high school. So, but yeah, folks, those military, the families of the service members, oh my gosh, do we need to say thank you to them too? Because, boy, they got it. They go through a lot. Not only dad or husband or wife gone, just like Godspeed said, picking up and moving every 3-4 years or less. It does take a wear and tear on you. The only bad thing is, like right now, I could pick up and leave St. Louis in a heartbeat. My wife, who had nothing to do with the military or anything like that, has roots very deep in this area. It would be very difficult. And that's why, you know, we just stay here. I would love to leave St. Louis. Oh, what it has become. But not to say many other places aren't much different. I mean, go ahead.
Moved to someplace that actually has a Myers.
Has some what?
A Myers.
Huh? I don't know. Speaking of which, hang on. Where are we? Oh, there's top and descent. Okay. Part of me, I would love to go down like a lot of people retire to the beaches. I'd actually like Arizona. Preferably Scottsdale, but I can't afford it. But, you know, folks, I lived in Dayton, and boy, it was rough when I lived there. And I didn't realize it because I was a kid, high school. Boy, was that a rough city. And it got rougher after I left. Much like what's happened to St. Louis over time. When I left Dayton, Ohio in the mid-'80s, GM was beginning to pull out. I would come back driving a truck in the Dayton area, well, a company in the Dayton area, 48 state-wise, and I just watched GM just tossing companies left and right, tossing cities, tossing plants. I know Moraine, I don't even know if it's still open, but it was slated to close twice.
Yeah, it's not.
It's closed?
Yeah.
So, and then NCR pulled out. And folks, you pull these big things, especially a car plant, because there's so much that feeds the car plant. You make an economic hole in that city that's very hard to come out of. St. Louis. The north side of St. Louis is one of the worst battle zones I've ever seen from driving the truck. Why? Corvette used to be here. 30 years ago, in the 70s and 80s, they moved to Bowling Green. That area just imploded. East St. Louis, y'all have heard the great jokes. National Lampoon had a couple of them on Vacation. Imploded when the stockyards closed for cattle and livestock. That imploded and disintegrated the jobs there. That was a thriving community, folks. My wife's ex-stepfather, born and raised there, total night and day of what that city was like, East St. Louis. Everywhere car plants close, just areas implode. There's just so many jobs physically on site, but yet that feed that plant as well. And just a shame.
Yeah, there's a lot of jobs closing left and right.
But you know, when I've come back to Dayton, it looks a whole lot different. It doesn't look like it's been pummeled by the closure of, because, I mean, 3rd Street and that I was talking about, all in there was a lot of GM plants, part plants that fed not only Moraine, but all the plants.
Yeah.
And it didn't look as blighted as it did when I left out of there. Came back in the mid-'90s driving for Victor Express. It just, wow.
I think there's like a ferro glass in there now where GM used to be.
Whew. So, yeah, it's just an amazing sight. And Dayton is just one easy one that looks like they're finding a way around GM, but so many can't. Or name your car company. Back then, they wanted to blame it on the imports. No, you actually built a crappy product back in the 70s and 80s. I mean, Merle Haggard got it right. We could build a car to last 10 years like they should. Oh, heck no. If it lasted 2 years, you had yourself a hell of a car.
Yeah, I think there's an update for the Zebra because I can't even keep maintain the flight level. Yep, 350. There was one yesterday, and there was another one today.
Well, they have been pumping updates left and right. Yep, I see the one for today. Thrust mode when RNAV or VNAV is armed. I don't know what that's all about. I never had troubles with some of the stuff they fix.
Wait, where are you reading that at?
Discord on the Zebo channel. They had a big update come out for the engine model, and I knew there were going to be update after update after update until they work it out. But I don't get this thrust mode when VNAV armed and then engages with the auto thrust. I don't know what that's all about.
Is that on your channel or is that like on their
On Zebo's Discord channel. Do you have that?
Is that what it is? Is Sky Matrix / Zebo mod
Hang on.
Discord?
Sky Matrix / Zebo mod, yeah.
Yes, I'm on there.
And then, like, under announcements, you'll see Zebo updates. Yeah, before I fly Zebo, I try to hit there and make sure I'm up to date. Sometimes I wished I didn't. Because I do occasionally run into troubles. Yeah, I've been thinking about heading back to Dayton either for a weekend or something just to get out of St. Louis.
I've never been to St. Louis.
You ain't missing much. I know a lot of people are, oh gosh, yes, oh no, not really. Between St. Louis and Chicago, they battle out how many they're going to kill in a year. It's just ridiculous what goes on here in St. Louis. Everyone's stuck their head in the ground saying, oh, it's so nice here in St. Louis. Oh, you couldn't pay me to cross that river anymore. It's so dangerous on the interstates. The police, nothing. Nothing's enforcing anything here. It's just, folks, you wanted to see the Wild West, you come to St. Louis, you can watch it. And that's sad, because it used to not be like this. All right, there's top of descent, folks. And if you don't, here, I'll show you what it looks like. Just like you would see it on Boeing, T/D, even marks the point. And that's going to be, let's see, I think that's going to be pretty close to where I'm planning. And LA Tower is now showing up on my radios. So we will go ahead and load that in. I don't think center will come up before then, but you never know. My luck, now they will. All right, let's see when we make this turn, how far. It should be 105 miles to SNAXX. We're making the turn. Yeah, I got a feeling that is going to happen much earlier. I really wish the other aircraft in X-Plane would have these pop-out windows. Especially like the C-90, where you've got the autopilot way down here, so you can easily, set things. All right. Let's take a look one more time at the ATIS. Real world says broken at 4,800 feet, 3,900 or 39 minutes ago. Still west stops. So 24, 25s in use. We'll be going 25 left. Simultaneous departures on 24 left and 25 right. Now, I'll tell you something. I don't know what people would think about this idea that I would one day love to see a simulator do. If a NOTAM is out there, and NOTAMs are usually out, things are broke. PAPI's out of service for a particular runway. They're not on when you come on final. Or this piece or this taxiway that you would have to go, a different route. How you would implement that here, I have no idea. But I think that would just blow people's minds away. What do you mean the PAPIs aren't working? Or the glide slope's out. A lot of people would be taken aback by that one. But like I said, I don't know how you would be able to put that into the sim. Reading through that, if you didn't, I'll bring it up here one last time before we get ready for top of descent. You can fail it, but I would love for it to take, like if, for instance, your ATIS here for Los Angeles. If you read through this, okay, taxiways being closed, that's difficult. That can happen on VATSIM, but if you're flying offline, who cares? I get that. However, let's dig in. PAPI out of service, 24 left. Ventura, VOR, out of service. Pull from here. How you would pull from here, I have no idea. Let's see what VATSIM's saying. Usually they just mirror. Oh, they didn't. I'm really shocked. Usually they'll say something. I've been to so many in Europe. If there's a real one out there and you see it, you'll see it almost word for word on the VATSIM one. I'm like, but the PAPIs are perfectly working, guys. I mean, I'd love for them not to be. Then you've got to judge it. But good luck. I know a couple people would have troubles with that. Even this guy to some degree. So now that would be interesting. Or, well, yeah, that would be cool if they could mark them. You're right. But the controllers need to go that step and say, well, taxi, I don't know, because 90% of these guys really don't read those ATISs. Uniform was what I think I saw, unless that was the real one. Yeah, it was. Oh, it is uniform. Okay, so they are staying up to date there. And Tower is not going to be vectoring us onto our approaches. They're way out of their scope. In many ways. All right, so top of descent, folks, is but a mere 25 miles out. So we're going to set 11,000. Believe it or not, folks, we are very close to our arrival point. So roll it down. We said 11,000. Okay, and just so you all can see it, we should be coming out of the ad break here in a second. Okay, here again is our arrival. So we're going to be going SNAXX in our descent. Serco, we should be between. Hull, we should be between and 280. Gonzo, between these two numbers. And Ryder, we just set 11,000. Next will then be Kiev above 10, Bayest above 9, 240, starting our slowdown. Juice at these numbers, Cliffy 210, at, folks, at is very critical. You want a good laugh? There are videos on YouTube you can watch between New York Approach and JetBlue, all over the word at. And then 6,000 at 210, and then we fly out at 6,000 to come in for the ILS. All right. As you can tell, landing speeds have changed as fuel has come down. We're now down to about a 120 approach speed and a 115 touchdown. Okay, we'll see. We're going to go ahead, push VS. Nose down. Not 2,700 feet. Let's go 23 for now. And, folks, guess what else you have to do? Pull the power back. Actually, we could come up a little in speed. So, here we go. We're starting our descent, folks, into Los Angeles. Let's see, what is our descent profile? Just realize, folks, when you start descending, you got to pull the power back. The laws of gravity do work. Now, I've been told 3,000 feet a minute is not unheard of for a descent in this plane. I'm going to stick to the 2,300 that I was always taught. And I'm only being taught by real airline pilots on YouTube talking through their streams. of what they do. Now, granted, not many of them fly this airplane. So, they're talking airliners. So, we're going to keep an eyeball, making sure we reach our numbers here. All right, any questions or comments, folks? Always love to hear you on in the chat room. I have been watching and as best I can on my phone in front of me. But if you need an invite to our Discord channel, 2,500 to 3,000 good target frame rate. Okay, up frame rate. Don't think that's going to help me on a descent, my frame rates. Let's go 25. It's been a long flight, folks. And we haven't heard from Duluth yet, so hopefully all is well with him. Because this actually he requested, and his... a lot of people requested him to fly it. He asked if I'd tag along, so I did. And I enjoy flying over to Hawaii and back, and from Hawaii to other places. So he's about to run out of fuel. Really? Where's Duluth? Then that altitude will drop pretty quick. Oh, he'll be on profile. Poor Duluth. Here we go. All right, our first step here, Serco. Okay, so we need to cross Serco under 21,000 but above 19. What do y'all think? There's where we are. There's where we're going. I think we got it. 25. I think we'll make it. Well, I didn't see how much fuel he put on, so I don't know. Okay, I think we're going to make at least 21,000. I'm hoping about 20. And 280. All right, so we're heading in. Tower is lined up, and we'll talk to them as we get closer, folks. Actually, as we turn on final and probably cross. Let's see, 10 mile would be around Honda. So we'll talk to them. Of course, they're going to want to go as we're going downwind. You need to be talking to me. Nah, 10 mile final. Actually, 5 miles technically, but 10 miles I'll give you. Unless Center said otherwise. Oh, not a pyromaniac. Are you sure that's a good handle for you? Oh. Yes, the best. Awesome. All right, folks, we are going to pull some power back some more. I want to hold no more than 300 in the descent. So that way when we come off Circo, oh, we're not going to make it. Oh, not cool. All right, well, we're going to go ahead and start pulling power back to make 280.
You say you're not going to make it?
No, we're not going to make our speed or altitude restrictions. It's supposed to be between 21,000 and 19. So I may steepen. And see if we can make hull under 20,000. What's the H? The heck does that mean on here? Oh, the hold. Okay. Got it. Yeah, we were 5,000 over. We're dropping like a rock a little bit more. We'll take brown over blue's suggestion, bump it up to 20 to almost 3,000 feet a minute. $10 miles. I think we might actually get in the groove there. Then we can kind of ease a little bit. 35 miles to Gonzo. We got to be below 14,000. Whew. Gonna hair of our chinny chin chin get under 20,000 in 6 miles. Should be able to, no problem. Heck, we might even be close to 17. Nope, just under 20. But the one to be at, folks, is Ryder at the end of this 35, 50-mile run to Ryder is 11,000. And by the way, here's your descent. You know, how far are we off? We're crossing Hull right now at 20,000. Top limit. That'll work. Gonzo, 14,000 to 13,000. Easily made. So we'll kind of come down a little bit. And our altimeter is 2990, almost an hour old. Okay. All right, we're hanging tough here, folks. Okay, we're going to back off this descent a little bit more. And keep our power set so we're around 270, and we should be able to get right in. So, hope you all have enjoyed. Great flight, great talk and all that. That right there tells me what a great stream this was all of the chatter from oh man, why can't I not remember? Airborne Radio Actual. I don't know why I can't remember that. From right here, Godspeed, Brown Over Blue, Jarhead, just a great stream. Numbers been outstanding. I mean, folks, this is awesome. And still no center. We'll take it. Because Ryder is right here, and that's 11,000 at 250. However, don't want to get below 13,000 up here at the next one. Just a fantastic stream. Oh, and who could not forget Shampoo Flyer coming in with 10 gift subs. Just amazing, folks. So, thank you all so much for making this a great stream. It's a shame Duluth Fly has been enjoying lunch and other things. Okay, there's 14,000. I think I better set 13 in the window. Flying over the Channel Islands. Okie dokie. Either very close or right ahead of me. Because we are in roughly the same vicinity.
Hopefully I can hold altitude this time.
You can't hold altitude?
No, I didn't update. Now that I updated, I should be able to hold altitude. Updated the Zebo.
All right, folks, we're about to cross Gonzo, which is just before Ryder. So, folks, if you've got the FAA charts, we're actually past the Channel Islands.
Where in the hell am I?
Somewhere between lost and found.
Oh
Welcome
my
back,
God.
sir.
Well, yeah, hi.
I heard you're about to run out of fuel.
I probably am. Who knows?
Tower's up if you're on VATSIM.
I'm not. Am I anywhere near Los Angeles right now?
Yeah, you're over the Channel Islands.
Really?
According to, what is it? Not a Pyromaniac. Not a Pyromaniac and Tomcat.
Oh my God.
You got to come down, dude.
Yeah, well. 100-ish miles away. Thank you.
All right, we're beginning to drop in for 11,000. And we're getting ready to start the, we're on the arrival. 25 left is where we're aiming.
Okay.
And still no Los Angeles Center.
I'm not on VATSIM, thank God.
All right, we need to start slowing. 12,000 and 10 miles need to come down a little.
Yeah, the engines are a little loud. Sorry. I didn't know the engines were so loud, guys. I'm so sorry. I've been out.
We know. We know you've been sleeping. Calling it out. I took a nap, man.
Yeah, right.
Auto fluid.
Let's see.
1099.
Okay.
Hang on a second, folks.
Come on, hero pilot. You can do it. I know.
1099. Boom. 113.
Enough to land, I guess. I don't know. I have, oh my god, 7.7 tons of fuel left. I wonder if I can get this thing down.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. 250, pulling in some power. Altimeter 2990 if you need it.
Thank you.
All right, from Ryder, we need to begin descending to 6,000.
Thank you, Tomcat. Appreciate it. $61 degrees, that ain't bad.
Lights on. All right, pre-landing, descent, brief take. Sorry guys, take your seats back there. Okay, lights are on. Oh, I'm going way too slow, way too deep. Hang on. Got to get past Kyiv before we can get into that descent.
How many people we have in the stream? I wasn't even paying attention when I was out because I didn't want to get sidetracked and be like, oh my god. Tomcat. 4? Okay. Apparently you said, folks, 102,574. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I got you.
How was lunch?
It was good.
Were the McNuggets and fries good?
Yeah, and I got a toy too. It was a little spinny thing, so real cool.
So they're giving out those fidget spinners now?
No, hi. What's up, God?
Oh.
What's going on, buddy? No,
How much?
they were giving. No, I actually got the adult Happy Meal, which included a. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
A fidget spinner?
It was more, if that's what you want to call them, yeah.
Looks like a thumb that you sit on. And anyway,
Yeah. Oh, wow.
What was that? One of those Tony Hawk fingerboards.
Oh yeah.
Those things were so cool. I played with those a lot while I was in school.
Oh yeah.
I used to get them taken away all the time.
No, I bet. Yeah.
That and Pogs.
Right.
all right, we're coming over Kiev down to base 9,000.
Oh crap! I want to go in the wrong direction. I need to turn around.
He's out of fuel.
No, I didn't realize. I just looked at the map. I realized where the heck I was.
It's holding you over LA.
No, I'm over. I'm going back the other direction. I'm literally going back toward Hawaii. You have a podcast idea for me? What's up, Tom? I'm listening. Yeah, my attention.
All right, start slowing to 210.
I'm thinking of doing a live stream talk show pause. Talk show. Hello? Oh, are you? Really? All right. Tom's. I'm in Mike's Discord right now.
All right, time to slow to 210 down to 6,000.
Are you gonna, no. I'm not doing another flight after this.
Why? You've really worked hard.
Hardly anything.
Otto did it all for you.
I know, right?
If anyone needs crew rest, it's him. You need to get your butt out of the bunk and in the seat.
Yeah, no kidding. Right?
All right, Cliffy, we're coming up to 7 to 8,000. And Dajar at 6,000.
Jar Jar Binks.
Daja. Perfect. All right, folks, we are now technically downwind, runway 25 left. And VATSIM still has a tower up. Okay, let's one last look at traffic.
And you probably will.
Into clouds. All right.
See if I can make it back.
Cabin pressure. Ooh, we need to dump that. All right, Honda, that's where I'm going to aim for. That is,
How about this? I'll make you guys a deal. If I can't complete this, and I screw up, I will do it again all over again tomorrow morning. And I will actually have time to do it because I don't go into work till 5.
Well, you better shut it off now.
Why?
Because you're going to be redoing it tomorrow.
You don't think I have enough fuel to make it to there?
if you had 7,500, you should be fine.
No, I have 6,000 total quantity 6.7
Kilos or pounds?
pounds.
Total?
Yeah,
It depends how far out you are, but
I'm
113.6 is the LAX
I'm about-
VOR.
All right. Well,
I really hate that I know that.
I'll be right back, fellas.
all right.
All right, we're final descent. Now, I saw traffic. Where are they? I think I can sneak in front of him. Oh boy, we're actually starting to think about fuel. 2,400, 2,800. Oh, I can make Ontario on that. All right, let's bring it down to 30, 35. Okay, VS. Here we go. All right, let's make the turn. Switching over to tower. 129.5.
I feel like the Zebo flies a lot different than it did in 11.
What does?
Can't wait till the level ups come out.
You're gonna be waiting a while.
Los Angeles Tower, American 1518, Charlie 10, alleyway.
Man, that's a pretty big man.
American 1518,
Looks like the Death Star.
runway 25 right taxi, Bravo. 25 right via Bravo, American 1518.
Oh, you're not gonna grab, are you? Well, there it goes. Los Angeles Tower, November 99 Tango Tango type citation. Approximately over Hunda on the ILS 25 left. Clear to land, 25 left, November 99 Tango Tango. I was about ready to call it NetJets. We'll see if we can actually stay online. The weather is going to hammer us. I can see it. Okay, flaps 5. Honda is 13. Yeah, we're going to get disconnected. Oh well. Gear down. Aggravating, but I'm not coming back up.
I'll be right back again.
All right, buddy.
All right, I got a runway in sight here, folks. Okay, flaps going full. I don't see any 767s anywhere nearby.
Yeah, because I'm going to Santa Barbara.
Why are you going to Santa Barbara? I thought we said LAX.
We did. On your stream overlay, you should change your phrase space to fuel. Really? Where? Oh. I can't, actually. I wish I could. It's made by Volanta.
The weather gets me all the time. Okay, flaps, gears, spoilers. I don't know how the hell to arm spoilers here. And I don't see anyone telling me in chat, so we're going to commit to landing. All right. All right, November 99 Tango Tango. We're cleared to land. 3 green. And hope for the best with reverse thrust and spoilers. Let's call it stable. 25 left cleared. All right, Duluth, you're going to have to point me where signature is when I get on the ground.
All right, when you get, are you going on 25 right or left?
I'm on the left.
Okay, it's gonna be after. Hold on. Let me get my bird on the ground. Hang on, let me look.
Disregard if you're landing. I'll figure it out.
I am. I am.
Okay, where are we coming off at? According to this map, there is a FBO right over here.
Yeah, that's where. Is that the one I'm thinking? That's the one I'm thinking about?
I'm just going by what's on the map.
That's fine.
A6 will be where I'm coming off at.
All right.
Right next
Alpha
to
6.
National China NCA. I can't remember what that stood for, but it's not one of ours.
North American Cargo. NCA is North American Cargo.
It doesn't sound right, but we'll
Yeah.
go with it. Sounds good. That really stunk that we got kicked off VATSIM because of frame rates, but it is what it is. Okay, spoilers. Okay, brake set after landing, taxi, spoilers, flaps, fuel boost pumps. Where are we going with off? APU is running. Lead is on. Pitot heats can come off. And
Damn it.
all right, the hardest part of this right here, folks. Actually, it worked like it's supposed to. Right, we're into blocks. What happened with Duluth?
I am trying to land.
You sure there's a runway out there?
Nope, not entirely.
LAX isn't far south.
No. All right, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna do this tomorrow. I'm actually gonna land the plane tomorrow. I'll probably do it with the Boeing 74. No, I don't know.
Well, you can't find the runway?
No, it's not that. It's just it's just screwed up.
All right, folks, there you have it. We are in the blocks. Limos are awaiting my passengers. All right, let's see what the airline brought in. Ah, 252. We'll take it. Nice, Mr. Godspeed. Let me go mute here and wrap this up so Duluth can try and land. All right, folks, we are on the ground here at Los Angeles. And what a great flight we had. Just spectacular. Great talking with Airborne Radio Actual. Shampoo Flyer coming in with the gift subs, 10 people. Thank you, sir, so much. Godspeed on the line there talking with us. Brown over blue. Hey, we thank you all, folks, so much for being a part. What we're going to do now is bring in Sim Toolkit. Take a look at this and see how it start learning as best we can from what quite frankly Austin has given us in tools here. And I'm going to get rid of that overlay so it doesn't screw with us. There we go. All right, so that's charts. That isn't going to help us. I meant to hit that one. There we go. All right, so you can kind of see this is the routing we took in here. Lost VATSIM about right here. Let's complete the flight first. And then up here, 293 feet a minute. Few are basic details that most of your programs like Sim Toolkit give you. 5-hour, 19-minute flight, 2,200 nautical miles. We burned 4,700 kilograms of fuel at and on landing we were at 98 knots, little shy. We should have been about 10 knots to 15 knots faster. Two G's, boy, that sure didn't seem that hard. And but 293 feet a minute. Let's see where we landed on the runway. Pretty sure we were long. 2,360 feet to be exact. Okay, now on this runway, your aiming point is right here. Always look for that, folks. That is a good visual mark to figure out where is a good place to land. Plus, it leaves plenty of runway. We, by the way, are right about there. Not bad. Let me kind of look over here. Really never had a desire to look for GA parking. It's the only GA parking. Wow. So, but anyway, that's where we're at. So overall, right on the center line, 2,300 feet down the runway, folks. That's a beautiful landing, especially with 11,000 feet. All right. With that, folks, I think I'm just going to go ahead, wrap things up. Again, just say thank you. I was thinking about doing some replays, but why not? What the heck? How about from right there? There we go. All right, let's get some appropriate music here to wrap things up, and hope y'all enjoy as we all try to. Let's see how far out we are. Seems still pretty high. Frame rates seem pretty atrocious here. Oh, Clarence took the cord out of the outlet. All the lights just went off. Okay, 293, I get it. And yeah, we were high. All right, let's take a look at it from it wasn't really all that bad. Oh, I hate when it does this. A little bit on the rough side. I don't think I lose my job over that one. Let's take a look at Cargo City, FedEx, and DHL. JAL and KAL. So, all looks good, folks. Just a long way down an 11,000 foot runway. Let's see how it looks from the tower. Not bad. All right, folks. I hope y'all enjoyed. No, not again. I got a feeling I know what's coming. All right, folks. So we're gonna beat it before it does it. It did. Crash to desktop. Hang on. It might be putting the report page up. Alright, well folks, unfortunately, yep, again, on a replay, it did crash to desktop. Alright, well, it happens. So hopefully Duluth, you had a better than expected landing. And folks, I want to thank you. Thank you, Shampoo Flyer, for the 10 gift subs. Thank you, all the people that came aboard. Not a Pyromaniac followed. Brown over Blue followed. And again, a nice talk with Airborne Radio Actual. Folks, tomorrow we will stream, hopefully, and hopefully you're going to kind of enjoy a little bit of a different flight planned, but hopefully everything will work and come together. So until then, folks, I hope you all have a really good day. God bless you all. We'll see you tomorrow.